Chapter 46:16. The Green Lotus deity overlord had long heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had never paid much attention to him. Back then, Lin Ling had repeatedly fought against the Spirit Nation, such as Spirit Light City and the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace's invasion of the Spirit Nation's islands. At that time, Lin Ling had also become the Spirit Nation's most wanted criminal. But now, Lin Ling's strength alone was almost on par with the Spirit Nation's great gods. This is letting the tiger return to the mountain. Now, the Spirit Nation's great gods must be regretting it. The Green Lotus deity overlord thought to himself. He had to admit that the junior he had looked down on back then had now reached the level where he had to pay attention to him. This made him very curious as to where this junior's confidence came from to reach such strength. My lord, if this continues, I'm afraid those two world-will hosts will escape. After waiting for a long time, someone finally spoke in a low voice. It was someone from the underworld demonic overlord side. I know, but didn't you see that the Spirit Nation didn't dare to make a move? This means that Lin Ling is very dangerous. The underworld demonic overlord shook his head and said, the first person to make a move might end up dead. In any case, the Spirit Nation and Lin Ling's hatred is even greater. If they don't make a move, why should we be cannon fodder? My lord is right. All the major forces had their own plans and wanted others to be cannon fodder. As for Xiaoluan and the others, although they could escape the first time, they couldn't escape the second time, so there was no hurry. I don't believe that you can be so powerful without divine energy. I'm going to chase after the world-will hosts. As if it was too oppressive, an old man suddenly roared. However, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He knew that this was a test because if they weren't afraid of him, why would they say that they were going to chase after the world-will hosts? They should be saying that they were going to kill Lin Ling. They wanted to trick him, Lin Ling, with this little trick. Die. Lin Ling didn't waste any words. If he didn't agree with him, he would die. With this word, the old man's legs went soft. He was intimidated by the aura, not to mention chasing after Xiaoluan and the others, he didn't even dare to move. Lei Gong Lin Ling, before reaching the Dao realm, was already the #1 god in the 9 states. He even has an expert controlling the Eastern Imperial Bell. Now that he isn't afraid of us, I'm afraid, there must be many experts from Lei Gong's hall hidden in the Road of Dominion. I think that's possible. Also, look at the Thunder God. He doesn't look angry, but he looks mighty. He must have improved a lot in the Dao realm. I think, we should run. Many gods didn't overlords level realm gods is a lot. Great attention overlords attention overlord S's. Attentions as attention overlords lords. Attention sky overlord to overlords. In the distant sky, a large number of figures flew over. They were so fast that they appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Among them were Lord Ning of the Spirit Nation, as well as experts from the underworld. Among them, there was a burly man who was the most powerful. He was covered in pitch-black nether energy, wore a cape, and had horns on his head. It was the Immortal Overlord. He was a top expert sent by the underworld and had the strength of an intermediate god. Immortal Overlord. The underworld demon overlord hurriedly shouted when he saw the expert. He then told him what had happened. He killed a spiritual god in one move. The Immortal Overlord's nether energy surged when he heard the news. He seemed very surprised. However, Lord Ning was even more surprised. Unknowingly, the junior he had recruited back then had surpassed him. He felt like he was dreaming. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Dao realm? Very strong. I'm afraid no one among the lower gods is your match. At this time, the Immortal Overlord also floated toward Lin Ling. However, I also want to meet you. He was also the first person to attack Lin Ling. Because he was an intermediate god. Whether Lin Ling's strength had increased or not, as long as he was not an intermediate god, he was not afraid. When Lin Ling saw the immortal overlord arrive, he sighed inwardly. This kind of concealment had finally reached its limit. He punched out, and the terrifying physical strength broke through the void, forming a sound wave that rushed toward the immortal overlord. Boom! This punch landed on the immortal overlord's body and punched a big hole in his body. However, Lin Ling's fist did not stop and rushed out crazily. Bang! 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 More and more holes appeared on the immortal overlord's body. Even his head was penetrated. However, nether energy surged in the wound and it continued to heal. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is this all you've got? After recovering, the immortal overlord turned into a dark existence again and spoke coldly. I can tell you that he doesn't have the strength of an intermediate god. Moreover, this strength is at most stronger than an ordinary lower god. There are no less than 10 people present who can defeat him. The immortal overlord said again. He had obviously come to test Lin Ling's strength, but he was disappointed. What? Hearing this, all the gods were shocked. Immortal overlord, he killed the spirit god with a single move. Even I can't do that. The green lotus deity overlord said with a frown. That's not his basic strength. It's probably a kind of trump card, and this kind of trump card can only be used once in a short period of time. After all, how can such a powerful attack not have any side effects? The immortal overlord continued, therefore, I reckon that to activate that trump card, one has to rely on physical strength. After killing the spirit god, he's actually at his weakest. However, you were all frightened by him and missed the opportunity to kill him. Huh? Immortal overlord, you're not lying to us, are you? With my strength, would I be interested in lying to you? If I didn't want to capture the host of the world will, I wouldn't care about your lives. Damn it, we've been fooled. Immortal overlord, tell us, have we been fooled? All the gods were furious. As the strongest gods in the void of the 9 states, they were actually so frightened by Lin Ling that they didn't dare to move and even their legs were trembling. This was a disgrace. I can tell you that not only have you been fooled, but you're also idiots. The immortal overlord shouted coldly, his voice full of sarcasm. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling, so he naturally didn't know about Lin Ling's reputation. Therefore, he couldn't understand why these gods were so afraid of Lin Ling. The others, including the spirit nation, the demon sealer of the underworld, the green lotus deity overlord, and so on, had all met Lin Ling and knew that this kid was omnipotent. Just like last time, when Lin Ling's 4 gods were about to be destroyed, Saint Guyi and Pure Lady Bai suddenly appeared, making them invincible. Therefore, they were naturally afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, now that they knew that they had been fooled, they were all furious as if they were shouldering the hatred of their fathers. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? Chapter 46:17. Huh. At this moment, Lin Ling also smiled. He was as calm as ever as he said in an indifferent tone, goodbye. After saying that, he ran into the distance. After deceiving them, he didn't leave anything behind and just said goodbye? Wasn't he being too casual? After all, they were waiting to see the panicked look on Lin Ling's face after his scheme was exposed. After him. The gods roared, unleashed their full strength, and chased after Lin Ling. Despicable Lin Ling. Luli Empress was undoubtedly the angriest among them because not long ago, she had the best chance to kill Lin Ling easily, but she had missed it. Cunning Junior, but you can deceive others, but you can deceive me? Let's see where you can run to. The immortal lord sneered and took a step forward. He wanted to keep Lin Ling on the path of domination forever. Boom! However, just as the gods flew past where Lin Ling was, on the ground, countless plants suddenly rose into the sky and enveloped the entire island. A large number of vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their leaves were like sharp teeth as they tore at the gods. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a large number of fruits fell from the vines and then exploded, forming a rare ancient power that shook the surroundings. Flames erupted, the heavenly river flowed backward, stones fell, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the sky and earth were falling apart in this world of vines. Some of the weaker experts were forcefully blasted into smithereens. Some of the stronger ones suddenly twitched, and then a large number of plants grew on their bodies. They were blood-sucking plants, and in the end, they couldn't escape death. This Lin Ling still has some tricks up his sleeve. Kill our way out. This is Lin Ling's last life-saving move. As long as we get out of this forest, Lin Ling will be easy to capture. Kill Lei Gong. In the forest, the gods went crazy and unleashed their full strength. They'd been deceived by Lin Ling once, so they naturally wouldn't be deceived a second time. Most importantly, their confidence had increased greatly with the Immortal Lord by their side. What a cunning junior. I reckon that he's stalling for time. As for why he's stalling for time, it should be because he wants those two world wills to escape. Unfortunately, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced. The Immortal Overlord was so powerful that he wasn't afraid of the vine's attacks at all. He simply shot forward. No matter what kind of attack landed on him, even if it blasted him to pieces, nether energy quickly spread out, and he recovered once again. It was as if he was invisible and colorless. A wisp of black smoke rushed out of the island, and this black smoke was the true nether chi. However, a large number of soul lamps appeared on the island and began to envelop him. The Tooth God's soul. You can actually control the Tooth God's soul. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've surprised me yet again. However, this level of soul lamp can't affect mid-gods. The Immortal Overlord sneered. He stretched out his palm, and the power of 1,000,000 gods erupted. He forcibly opened an opening and easily rushed out of the encirclement. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you have wings. After rushing out of the encirclement of the soul lamps, he also spat out ancient words toward the heavenly road. It was as if he was swearing an oath to the underworld. This power actually crossed the void and landed heavily on Lin Ling. In the distant heavenly road, Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. As expected of a mid-god. Very powerful. To be able to hurt Lin Ling from such a distance, this mid-god seemed to be invincible. And the Immortal Overlord wasn't the only one chasing after Lin Ling. There were also gods from all over time. Lin Ling ignored his injuries and went all out. He had been stalling for time not to let Xiaoluan and the others escape, but to break through to the next realm. Now, he had broken through to the 5th Dantian. Kill. At this moment, outside the island, a large number of gods charged out. The soul lamps only stopped them for a moment. They unleashed all their strength, causing the heavenly road to shake violently. They majestically chased after Lin Ling. The danger was undoubtedly getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I don't understand why you came to the path of domination. You should know that in the path of Dao, you are incomparably safe, and the path of Dao can protect you 3 times. On the other hand, if you die in the void of Jojo, you will truly die. As Lin Ling ran wildly, a strange voice came from behind him. A powerful aura enveloped Lin Ling. So fast. Lin Ling never expected that the Immortal Overlord would catch up with him so quickly. Where I, Lin Ling, want to go, no one can stop me. With a cold laugh, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful nether energy transformed into a tornado. It was so fast that Lin Ling couldn't dodge it at all. Puff. Lin Ling spat out blood again. His body felt like it was falling apart. Moreover, he felt a terrifying force invading his body, wanting to devour everything. It was the death chi. This also made Lin Ling's face instantly turn pale. Now, do you still dare to say that no one can stop you? Behind Lin Ling, the immortal overlord stood there quietly. He didn't make any movements at all, but his speed was close to Lin Ling's. He looked like a cat catching a mouse. Immortal overlord, you must want me to submit. You want to see me regret, then slowly torture me to death. Lin Ling gave up on leaving. He stopped in his tracks and looked indifferently at the powerhouse. Originally, I didn't have such thoughts. Because you're just an ant, you don't have the right to make me waste my time. However, you made fun of the gods before, which aroused my interest. In addition, you offended the Nether God, so I'm going to torture you to death slowly. The immortal overlord said indifferently, you've already been imprinted by me. This means that once you die, you'll enter the animal path for 300 lifetimes, the hungry ghost path for 300 lifetimes, and the hell path for 300 lifetimes. You'll suffer for 1,000 years. In your next life, you might be reincarnated as a pig or a dog. You'll be devoured. And after 1,000 years, your soul will disperse and disappear from the universe forever. There will be no chance for you to be reincarnated. Most importantly, my immortal imprint comes from the underworld. No means can break it. After all, the underworld is the core of the underworld. Its punishment can't be lifted unless it's the void of the universe. At the end of his speech, the immortal overlord laughed loudly. Now, let me experience the purgatory of Azura first. Billowing underworld aura enveloped Lin Ling again, making Lin Ling feel as if he was in the underworld and had been thrown into the 18 levels of hell to suffer the pain of hell. Yiksha's, evil spirits, Azuras, and other demons also constantly appeared around Lin Ling. Even with Lin Ling's strong willpower, he couldn't help but groan from the torture. However, after the groan, he also laughed wildly. Kill me immediately if you can. Otherwise, if you want me to beg for mercy from these purgatories, dream on. Although his voice was weak, it carried an unyielding fighting spirit. Chapter 46:18. Alright, let's see how long you can take it. Sigh. Unfortunately, the immortal king did not know what Lin Ling was thinking. Instead, he was interested and wanted to torture Lin Ling to death. Endless underworld energy swirled around Lin Ling, continuously expanding, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It was very terrifying. Ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the surging netherworld aura. Ghost heads could be faintly seen dancing in the air, and rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. It was as if Lin Ling was struggling to break free from the seal of the netherworld. In the end, vines could be faintly seen rushing out of the netherworld aura. However, the Yiksha's arm grabbed back and forth. Little Kunlun. In the nether chi, a loud shout could be heard. It turned out that at the critical moment, little Kunlun was risking its life to protect its master. You overestimate yourself. The immortal king snorted and flicked his finger. Boom. 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 18 bronze gates appeared in the rolling nether chi and completely sealed the nether chi, not giving Lin Ling a chance to escape. They've caught up. At this moment, Luli Empress and the other experts finally arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all sucked in a cold breath. Immortal Lord. The demon sealer of the underworld bowed to the immortal lord with a questioning look in his eyes. It's just Lin Ling. How difficult can it be to deal with? The immortal lord glanced at everyone and said indifferently. His words seemed calm, but they carried a domineering aura. The seal of the underworld was one of the ultimate laws of the great Tao. No matter how strong Lin Ling was in the void of the 9 states, he could not escape the seal of the laws because these laws came from the underworld. Sizzle. All the gods gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. The number 1 god of the 9 states, Lin Ling, was defeated by the immortal lord just like that. The immortal lord was indeed powerful. No wonder they felt that it was unreal. Lin Ling was too heaven-defying. Even the great gods of the spirit nation could not touch him at all. As time passed, the gods thought that Lin Ling was an invincible existence. But now, this invincible existence was suppressed with one move. It was beyond imagination. Furthermore, from time to time, they could hear painful shouts coming from within the 18 bronze doors. It was Lin Ling's voice. He. Although people couldn't see the changes in the nether chi, they could imagine the pain Lin Ling was going through. This made them incomparably carefree. Previously, Lin Ling had toyed with them and humiliated them greatly. Now, they could finally vent their anger. The 18 underworld hells are not something he can resist. When the 18 underworld hells are over, he will also enter the underworld hells and be reincarnated into the path of animals. The immortal master said indifferently, as if he was the god of the underworld who ruled over everything. That's great. The demon sealer of the underworld smiled. Letting Lin Ling die just like that was too easy for Lin Ling. Letting Lin Ling suffer endless torture and die was the ultimate outcome for Lin Ling. The 18 underworld hell sounds incomparably terrifying. This kind of hell is definitely more powerful than the hell of the 10,000 worlds. 10,000 swords piercing the heart, 1,000 blades cutting the heart, lava burning the heart, and nether thunder refining the soul. Any one of these purgatories is not something an ordinary god can resist, let alone 18. Then, the demon sealer of the underworld continued. He knew that the gods didn't know how terrifying the 18 underworld hells were, so he explained. The most terrifying thing is the reincarnation life and death dream. The immortal overlord also replied. The reincarnation life and death dream was to let the punished enter the cycle of reincarnation and experience the most miserable things in life. Their family would be destroyed, their family would be separated, and they would start over again. How terrifying! Just hearing this caused the gods to tremble. Then, they didn't leave. They wanted to witness the moment Lin Ling died. Within the underworld energy, the ancient Yakshas, fiends, and Asuras all smiled viciously as they attacked Lin Ling. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous swords with the stench of blood continuously shot through Lin Ling's body. This was called 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Knives flew up and cut off Lin Ling's flesh. Is that all you've got? However, even though Lin Ling was enduring endless torture, he still laughed out loud. Naturally, he knew the immortal lord's intention. He wanted Lin Ling to die with regret. However, the immortal overlord was underestimating Lin Ling too much. He, Lin Ling, had practiced martial arts since he was young and had experienced countless trials and tribulations. These physical pains were at most painful. How could they make Lin Ling lower his unyielding head? Chop him up. The Yakshas around him shouted and turned into flies. They surrounded Lin Ling and kept sucking Lin Ling's blood. These Yakshas came from the underworld and were brought to the Jianghu void by the immortal lord. They were cruel by nature and enjoyed torturing people. Good blood, good blood. As they sucked Lin Ling's blood, the Yakshas also laughed. The most terrifying thing was that while they were sucking the blood, they were also spitting out poison that corroded Lin Ling. Suck, suck, I'll make you pay back 100 times later. Lin Ling was still laughing madly as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he sensed that his seventh dantian was about to break through. Therefore, his eyes were completely red and filled with endless killing intent. The immortal lord wanted to torture Lin Ling to death. This was undoubtedly the biggest mistake of his life. Although it made Lin Ling suffer endless torture, it also gave Lin Ling time to break through. The moment he regained his godhood, the immortal lord would die, and he would die a painful death. Also, all those who were watching the show had to die. Boom! At this moment, endless lightning appeared in Lin Ling's soul and continuously tore apart Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling's soul was powerful. It was continuously being torn apart and continuously recovering. However, the process of his soul being torn apart was clearly more painful than the physical body. Humph! This also caused Lin Ling to let out a muffled groan, feeling dizzy. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. He would rather die than beg for mercy. What a tough bone. Outside the dark energy, the gods waited quietly. However, they could only hear Lin Ling's painful voice. They could not hear Lin Ling begging for mercy at all. The harder his bones are, the more it represents his stubbornness and perseverance. If this guy doesn't die, I'm afraid he'll become our nightmare. A god suddenly said in fear. In life, the most terrifying thing was to meet a death warrior like Lin Ling. Of course, it could also be said that he was a madman. If such a madman didn't die, the degree of his revenge would be 100 times more ferocious. Yes, this kind of purgatory is extremely rare. If Lin Ling doesn't die, it will also temper Lin Ling's martial heart and strengthen his body and soul, another god said. Don't worry, he can't escape from my grasp. The Immortal Lord naturally knew this, but he smiled confidently. No matter how terrifying Lin Ling's perseverance was, it was nothing in the face of a mid-level god. Chapter 46:19. And that was indeed the case. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been reincarnated into a mortal body. Then, his family was destroyed, his wife and children were separated, and the people who loved him had abandoned him. Such torture was undoubtedly more terrifying than the torture of the soul. However, Lin Ling still maintained his calm, as if he was a bystander watching everything. Therefore, in the first reincarnation, he did not suffer much. However, he also knew that he could not endure such torture for long. That was because Lin Ling was not a plant. He also had feelings, and he valued them more than any heartless god. How could he not be moved when he saw his family, friends, wife, and lovers leave him and betray him? Feelings were the greatest torture for Lin Ling, and it was also Lin Ling's greatest weakness. In the first reincarnation, I could still tell myself that it was all an illusion. However, in the second and third reincarnations, if I am immersed in it, I will inevitably lose myself. Lin Ling thought to himself as he shouted in his heart, break through the 7 dantians quickly. The second reincarnation had arrived. Lin Ling was a jinx. He betrayed his master and caused the deaths of his fellow disciples. The third reincarnation had arrived. Lin Ling was an emperor, but unfortunately, before he could enjoy his life, the world died for him. His beloved concubines, his people, his country was destroyed. The fourth reincarnation. The continuous reincarnation caused Lin Ling to become more and more immersed in it. If a few more reincarnations were to happen, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Buzz. At this moment, in the Tao realm, countless ancient gods were still looking at the 7 stars' exquisite formation. However, at this moment, one of the 7 stars in the sky suddenly burst out with a blinding light, illuminating all directions. The aura of a god surged out in a mighty, awe-inspiring manner. My friend, I'm here. A domineering and majestic voice rang clearly in the ears of every god. What happened? The 7 stars' exquisite formation is transforming into a god. Ancestor Hong Yun shuddered and his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, the ancient star shot into the sky, passing through the nebulous aura and disappearing into the distance. Oh my god! This time, all the ancient great gods were stunned. Break through the grand mist aura. One had to know that in the Tao realm, other than dying people who could be brought out of the Tao realm, it was the gods themselves who had left. No one had ever seen anything that wasn't an ancient god rushing out of the Tao realm. Could it be that the star was a human? However, wasn't that the exquisite 7 stars formation? Countless pairs of eyes stared at Ancestor Hong Yun, waiting to hear his explanation. I don't know either. Ancestor Red Cloud's words were extremely shocking. Fellow Daoist, I'm back. Right at this moment, another voice resounded like the might of the heavens, and then a second star shot into the sky. In that instant it was as if God had set off. Boom! On the path of dominion, a terrifying force surged through the void, threatening to tear it apart. It contained the most ancient magical laws and orders of heaven and earth, and it carried that power along with it into the path of the Sovereign Lord. After this power rushed into the path of dominion, it glided like a meteor and appeared in the endless dark Qi in an instant. At this moment, a skeleton was floating in the dark Qi. Around him, thousands of swords pierced his heart and yikshaws sucked his blood, tormenting him. However, this skeleton seemed to have entered a dream and remained motionless. This skeleton was Lin Ling. At this moment, he had entered his 10th reincarnation. Furthermore, his willpower could no longer hold on, and he seemed to have become a person in a dream. In this life, Lin Ling was the sect master of a sect. However, he was about to personally witness the arrival of countless heroes who wanted to kill all of his disciples. "Master, save me!" The disciples shouted at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with tears. They were like Lin Ling's children. "Master, save me, save me!" Some young girls had already been dragged into the room by the heroes and bandits. The bandits and heroes had smiles on their faces. There was no doubt that this life had dealt a great blow to Lin Ling because Lin Ling had reincarnated as a white-haired old man. He wanted to watch his beloved disciples be tortured to death. He gritted his teeth, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. He hated himself for being useless. He hated himself for not being able to protect them. He was in so much pain that he did not realize that all of this was just a dream of reincarnation. Because he had completely transformed into this old man. Boom! However, at this moment, there was an explosion. Heaven and earth shattered, and a gust of wind rushed in. Then, time froze. The dream of reincarnation was controlled by a powerful force. A majestic man with a monstrous murderous aura walked down from the sky. This person was very handsome and very young. His long hair danced wildly, and he carried a domineering aura. "Fellow Daoist, I'm late." That person stared at the old man and said, Who are you?" The old man raised his aged face and looked at that person in shock. "I am you." That person said word by word. What happened?" The old man was still frowning. "You will know. Fellow Daoist, I can only tell you that my God has returned." That person walked to the old man step by step, stretched out his hand, and stabbed it into the old man's chest. "Fellow Daoist, you have entered the dream of 100 lives of reincarnation. This is a powerful law of the underworld, and your soul power is helping us break through, making it difficult to resist. Now, I have returned. When they return, prepare to bathe everything in blood." "No. Who are you?" The old man's chest was torn apart, and he was dripping with blood. The handsome man in front of him began to turn pitch black. His murderous aura surged, and he turned into a large mass of sludge that flowed into the old man's chest. At this moment, the frozen time resumed. The bandits were preparing to slaughter and enjoy everything, but when they suddenly saw this scene, their eyes widened. What was going on? That sect leader's stomach was cut open. Moreover, what was that black thing? It was so scary. Even if they were numb to killing, they were still shocked by this bloody scene. "Master!" However, all the disciples shouted worriedly. Boom, boom, boom. However, at this moment, the endless sludge gradually disappeared into the old man's body, and the old man began to merge. He turned into a person made of sludge that was incomparably ferocious. Moreover, this pitch-black person gradually turned into a human figure. Although it was still pitch-black, it gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Gradually, this human figure began to have facial features. It was a young man with long hair that danced wildly and a cold expression. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the entire sect. When everyone met his eyes, their bodies and minds trembled inexplicably. What a terrifying gaze! What a furious gaze! My God has returned. Looking indifferently at the scene in front of him, the man coldly spat out a sentence. And he was Lin Ling. After the first Dantian arrived, everything was broken. Lin Ling returned to reality, and he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion. Chapter 46:20. He. Lin Ling laughed. With a single step, he arrived in front of one of the bandits. With a claw, he grabbed the man's legs and tore them apart. Swoosh! Blood spurted out as the man was torn in half. Even though he knew that this was an illusion, Lin Ling did not care so much. He only wanted to kill. So what if it was an illusion? He would kill it all the same. A gust of wind blew past, and the next bandit's flesh was swallowed up, turning into a skeleton. Only the head was intact, but because the flesh disappeared too quickly, he did not die. He looked at his own body in disbelief. Ah! There was nothing more terrifying than looking at one's own skeleton. He. Lin Ling laughed and swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone was afraid. Demon, this was a demon. Run! But could they escape? Lin Ling was like a demon, sweeping over and using his hands to tear these bandits apart. It was as if the nightmares brought to him by the reincarnation dream were all returned to them. In the end, the entire sect was covered in blood, and corpses piled up into a mountain. You, who are you? Only the disciples of the sect were kneeling there, their faces incomparably pale. Although all of you are just one of the laws, each law has a soul. It's just that the underworld arranged it into a dream to affect me. However, even if everything is fake, even if everything is a dream, you are actually my disciple, Lin Ling. That's because you and I are fated. I will help you escape from the underworld. I will control you and help you leave. Lin Ling said coldly as he looked at the disciples. You, who are you? The disciples clearly did not understand Lin Ling's words. I am your master. Lin Ling shouted loudly, and a million rays of divine power erupted, turning something rotten into something magical. He killed all the disciples, extracted their souls, and held them in his hand, wanting to take them away from here. How dare you? At this time, a loud shout came from the sky, and a powerful god formed by the underworld's laws appeared. Lin Ling wanted to take these souls away. This was clearly a violation of the netherworld's laws. There were rules in the netherworld. Birth, old age, sickness, death, reincarnation, everyone had their own karma. Whatever he reincarnated into would be decided by the netherworld. And now, these souls had turned into Lin Ling's disciples. This was also arranged by the netherworld. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to take them away. This was against the rules of the netherworld. Break! Lin Ling roared and punched the sky. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you've already been recorded in the book of life and death of the netherworld. How dare you escape from the netherworld and violate the laws of the universe, the god shouted with dignity. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His fist landed in the sky, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. However, the sky was unbreakable. The underworld wouldn't let Lin Ling leave, and it wouldn't let Lin Ling take those souls away. Fellow Daoist, come back. But at this time, Lin Ling shouted loudly. Rumble. A powerful force rushed into the sky. After tearing it apart, a man with endless tentacles behind him walked down step by step. This was the malevolent ghost jellyfish. The most terrifying thing was that this person was an intermediate god. Fellow Daoist. He looked at Lin Ling, who was on the ground. Then, he enveloped Lin Ling and went over. A terrifying thing happened. Countless jellyfish were flying around like worms crawling on the ground. Boom! Almost at the same time, he punched out, and 2 million points of the power of divinity erupted. Cracks began to appear in the sky. The expression of the god formed by the laws changed drastically. Because now, Lin Ling was already half a step into the netherworld. This meant that Lin Ling was already dead. However, Lin Ling actually wanted to fight his way out of the netherworld? That was too arrogant. That's not enough. The god shouted. Fellow Daoist. But at this time, Lin Ling shouted again. The sky was torn apart again, and a new clone returned from the Dao realm. A huge heavenly dragon appeared, shining with Buddhist light. At a closer look, this heavenly dragon was full of crystal bones. After circling the sky, it entered Lin Ling's body. Boom! The third punch, 3 million points of the power of divinity. Boom! The sky, which was originally cracked, shattered in an instant. Who can stop me? Lin Ling laughed domineeringly and walked toward the black hole in the sky. At this time, in a corner of the netherworld, countless people were looking at a well. When they saw Lin Ling walk out of the netherworld's illusion, their expressions changed drastically. Rebellion, rebellion, this person has been recorded in the book of life and death of the netherworld by the Immortal Lord. He's already dead, and he wants to break out of the netherworld's life and death realm without the consent of the underworld god. Seal him. A king of hell roared. There were countless kings of hell in the netherworld. Because the netherworld was too big, there were too many cycles of life and death, so it needed many kings of hell to control it. As he roared, the sky where Lin Ling was seemed to want to merge again and seal Lin Ling. You think you can stop me? Lin Ling's face was full of contempt. I've already been conferred the title of a god. A mere king of hell wants to decide my life and death. With one hand on the left and the other on the right, he suddenly grabbed the sky and tore it apart. Rumble. The entire sky rolled like waves, and then it was forcefully shattered into pieces. Ah! Countless people were looking at the well, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out, causing their hair to flutter. It was as if 3 intermediate gods had unleashed their strength. Most importantly, these were 3 powerful intermediate gods. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the well, grabbed the king of hell, and pulled him into the well. Save me, this person is going to wreak havoc in the netherworld. The king of hell roared anxiously, but he couldn't stop the power and disappeared into the well. At this moment, in the endless darkness, a man was holding a burly king of hell in his hand, looking at him coldly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you rebel against the netherworld? The king of hell roared angrily. The netherworld is nothing. The man laughed, and his laughter was incomparably arrogant. My life is decided by me, and it's not up to the netherworld. Instead, your life is decided by me. Swish! The man suddenly tore, and the king of hell was forcefully torn apart, turning into endless soul power and disappearing. Devour! The man shouted coldly, and turned into endless darkness, devouring the soul power, greatly increasing his soul power. Immortal Lord, I'm back. Fellow cultivator, return. In the void of the netherworld, a domineering voice mixed with the anger of vengeance shook all directions. The power brought by the Dao realm tore the void apart, and an expert entered. Then, it came to Lin Ling's side, nodded slightly, and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Rumble. Waves of lightning exploded, and endless divine power danced wildly. Several great Dantians had returned, and now Lin Ling, an intermediate god, could be said to be invincible in the universe. Moreover, this was not the return of 7 great Dantians, or else it would be even more terrifying. The further one cultivated the chaos divine formula, the more terrifying the power it brought. At this moment, in the endless netherworld energy of the path of domination, a powerful force tore the endless void apart, as if a god had returned, causing the skeleton to constantly grow flesh and blood, and waves of divine vitality were born. Chapter 46:21. When the hoarse voice floated out, the surging nether aura suddenly became chaotic. All the demons, Yikshas, and Asuras froze. Their gazes were all fixed in a certain direction. It was as if a giant had awakened there. For some reason, it made them tremble with fear. Crack! Suddenly, the giant moved and stuffed the yiksha in the skeleton's arm into its mouth. Then, it began to eat it. It tastes good. His voice was extremely low and carried a hint of excitement. After eating the yiksha, more flesh and blood grew on his skeleton body. A fiend-godlike aura surged out like an ocean. The giant had stood up. To be honest, he was not tall. However, in the eyes of the underworld demons, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. He was also like a giant beast that had been sealed for millions of years in ancient times. The moment he stood up, the yikshas all trembled. The giant was constantly recovering, transforming into a handsome man. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "All of you, get over here." With a loud roar, he opened his mouth wide and turned it into a huge vortex. A powerful suction force was born. GG. All the yikshas and evil spirits panicked. They never expected that a fellow who was determined to be dead by the underworld could come back to life and break free from the shackles of the underworld. And such a person was a true god. Ding ding dang dang. At this moment, 10,000 swords pierced through the heart. However, when they landed on the young man's body, they were all broken into pieces and swallowed by the young man. When the 10,000 knives arrived, they were also broken into pieces. When the underworld soul-sucking worms flew over, they could tear apart souls and devour blood. However, when the suction force was born, not only did the worms not suck blood, but they also devoured the worms. No, return to the underworld quickly. This is a giant god, an ancient giant god. A giant god that even the underworld cannot punish. Run! The yikshas wanted to escape, but they could not resist the suction force and were crazily sucked into the vortex. The man's long hair fluttered wildly. He stood like a giant, but his skin had turned pitch black. He was one of the 4 great beasts, chaos. Devour. The surrounding scenes, illusions, blood, bones, and other things were all sucked in. It was like the end of the world. The roiling dark clouds transformed into a vortex and disappeared into the man's body. At this moment, outside the dark clouds, the various gods were still quietly watching the show. Lei Gong Lin Ling's voice is getting softer and softer. "He can't be dead, right?" Someone chuckled. "He's probably dead after entering the reincarnation dream. Next, he'll enter the real reincarnation cycle. You guys should pay more attention. If you find a pig reincarnated in that realm, it might be Lin Ling's reincarnation." The underworld demon sealer smiled. "Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then this pig must be properly roasted and eaten. Don't snatch it from me. This pig is mine. Don't worry. Lin Ling needs 3,000 years to reincarnate into the path of animals. This means that apart from becoming a pig, he will reincarnate into a cow in his next life. Everyone will have a share." All the gods burst into laughter. However, at this time, someone realized that something was wrong. Why are there fewer and fewer dark clouds? As soon as he said this, the others blinked and also realized that something was wrong. They were talking about roasting a pig before, and then the dark clouds gradually decreased. Could it be that someone was eating the dark clouds? What was going on? How could it be? Impossible, the dark clouds are formed by the laws of the underworld. No one can eat them. Moreover, only Lei Gong Lin Ling is in the dark clouds. This is even more. The immortal overlord frowned and said, but halfway through his words, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. Because not only were the dark clouds decreasing, but a huge vortex had also begun to appear. All the dark clouds were sucked into the vortex, and there were fewer and fewer of them. What? The immortal overlord's expression changed drastically. Someone is really eating the dark clouds. How can this be? Could it be those Yixias? Apart from the underworld demons and Yixias, there's no one inside. No, there's also Lei Gong Lin Ling. All the gods discussed spiritedly. When the last person finished speaking, the path of domination suddenly became strange. Impossible, with his strength, how can he escape the shackles of the underworld? The immortal overlord roared. He couldn't believe all this, but the changes in front of him made him unable to explain it. In front of them, the dark clouds were getting dimmer and dimmer, and a demonic figure could be vaguely seen. Seeing this, all the gods swallowed their saliva. It's definitely not Lin Ling. Luli Empress also kept shaking her head. She had forgotten how many times she had seen Lin Ling narrowly escape death. She was unwilling to accept this. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could survive this time. Dong! At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The 18 bronze gates surrounding the dark clouds were roaring at this moment. You're courting death. These are the gates of life and death. There are a total of 9,999 gates of life and death in the underworld, and they govern the life and death of the universe. You're dreaming if you want to break through them and escape. The immortal overlord roared angrily, and the divine energy on his body surged. Sir, no matter who you are, if you want to help Lei Gong Lin Ling, then you're going against the underworld. Moreover, Lin Ling is already dead. It's useless even if you take him away because his soul has already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the path of domination shook, and a collapse of the underworld's laws appeared. This was because one of the bronze gates had been broken. Ah! This time, the immortal overlord also opened his mouth wide. The gates of life and death, bringing death to life, were powerful laws, and it was actually broken by someone? Boom! Another sound rang out, and then another bronze gate collapsed. Boom! 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 More and more sounds rang out, and the 18 gates of life and death shattered one after another. The rumbling sound seemed to fall into the hearts of the gods. With every sound, their hearts trembled, and they felt like they were about to collapse. After the 18 gates of life and death shattered, the dark chi finally began to dissipate, and a figure slowly appeared. This person was pitch black, but there were faintly discernible dragon scales on his body. His head was tilted, and his long hair danced wildly as he looked at everyone with contempt. As for his hand, he was grabbing a leg and eating it with crunching sounds. That was a Yixia. Most importantly, this person looked exactly the same as Lei Gong Lin Ling. It was Lin Ling. It's him. There was no doubt that after seeing Lin Ling, all the gods were extremely shocked. Previously, they had also thought that it was Lin Ling, but they had always felt that Lin Ling couldn't break the underworld's laws. Thus, they had also thought that someone was helping Lin Ling. However, they hadn't expected that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had even rushed out as if he wanted to break the universe. How had Lin Ling come back to life? Chapter 46-22. These disciples had been arranged by the underworld to influence Lin Ling. However, as Lin Ling's disciples, even if it was only for a short lifetime, Lin Ling had already treated them as his own disciples. Therefore, Lin Ling had brought them out of the underworld and reborn them as humans. Lin Ling didn't know that in the future, a group of experts would also be born in the 9 states. These experts would appear from all over the world, but they all shared the same identity. They were Lei Gong Lin Ling's disciples. After tens of millions of years, they would unite and establish their illustrious names. They would even help Lei Gong Lin Ling. The immortal overlord couldn't help but shout when he saw Lin Ling talking to himself. Lin Ling, you're still alive. However, so what if you're alive? This time, you're still going to die. The other gods also roared and erupted with powerful auras. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling had escaped, Lin Ling was only a lesser deity after all. Moreover, he had failed to break through and was inferior to a lesser deity. They had nothing to fear from such a Lin Ling. It was good that he wasn't dead. They could vent some of their anger by killing him with their own hands. "I'll kill you." The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord sneered and floated toward Lin Ling on his huge green lotus. A long time ago, Lin Ling had killed the spiritual deity with a single move. At that time, he'd also been shocked. But later on, he'd found out that such a move could only be used once. This meant that Lin Ling couldn't use such a move now. Lin Ling, who didn't have that trump card, was at best a piece of trash. Green Lotus Immortal Realm. The huge green lotus blossomed with a dazzling green light. The lotus blossomed like an immortal, but it continued to spiral. That seemingly beautiful lotus actually carried a sharp light as it spun. It cut through the void, and large cracks appeared everywhere. This level of divine energy had reached a total of 300,000. Terrifying. The Green Lotus Immortal Overlord was one of the top existences in the Tao realm. Judging from Green Lotus Immortal Overlord's strength, he will probably reach the 8th level of the miasma. A god from the Tao realm exclaimed in shock. "Chi! Chi!" That sharp light instantly arrived in front of Lin Ling, but what shocked everyone was that Lin Ling didn't react at all. There was no hiding, no resistance, and no escape. Lin Ling, was he stupid? The enormous green lotus had its wish fulfilled. It cut through Lin Ling, and the entire sovereign's path was cut open along the horizontal line. Sparks and lightning sputtered everywhere. "What are you doing?" However, amidst the joy of the crowd, an indifferent voice suddenly appeared. This also allowed them to see that the terrifying azure lotus was blocked by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't do anything and only used his chest to block it. No matter how the green lotus sliced him, he was as steady as Mount Tai. Ka ka ka. On the contrary, when the lotus petal that carried the ancient divine power collided with Lin Ling's chest, it shattered like a broken sword. This caused the Green Lotus deity overlord to be stunned on the spot, and his face turned pale. "Die! Come here!" At this moment, Lin Ling made a grabbing motion with his hand, and endless darkness engulfed him like a dark sacrifice. "No! Save me!" The Green Lotus deity overlord sensed a domineering aura enveloping his entire body. He couldn't block it, and even when facing Lin Ling, he only had one thought: escape. And he was already the strongest existence among the lower deities, yet he could still have such an illusion. The only explanation was that Lin Ling was a medium deity. How could the Green Lotus deity overlord not know the difference between a lesser god and a medium god? No matter how strong a lesser god was, they could only block a medium god's attack at best. It was impossible to harm a medium god. This was because a medium god had a powerful force protecting him, as if he was a god recognized by the universe. The dark sacrifice drowned the Green Lotus deity overlord. The latter seemed to be tumbling in a dark river, and from a living god, he gradually turned into a pile of white bones that floated up and down. Looking at the pile of white bones, the gods were terrified. Bang! Luli Empress sat in the void, her face pale. Invincible. Too invincible. The Green Lotus deity overlord was stronger than the 4 spiritual gods by several times, but he was killed in one move. If this wasn't invincibility, then what was? A medium god. The immortal overlord's pupils trembled violently as he spoke the truth. What? Didn't he fail to break through? Tell me, didn't Lei Gong Lin Ling fail to break through? Heavens, he became the first god to step into the medium god realm among the 9 prefectures' void gods. A medium god is invincible. The gods panicked even more. Their bodies trembled, and they wanted to escape. They also felt that this was King dream. Not long ago, Lin Ling killed a spiritual god with one move, and they were scared out of their wits. Later, they found out that Lin Ling was fooling them. What breakthrough? It was a dream. And when they chased after him murderously, Lin Ling suddenly broke through again. Why did this guy break through as if he was drinking water? He broke through just like that. As far as they knew, the breakthrough of a lesser god was very important, and they had to find a quiet place. Moreover, there was only a 30% chance of breaking through. Even with the help of the ancient array of a Dao realm ancient god, there was only a 50% chance. However, Lin Ling was running away just now. Could he break through while running away? Even if he didn't run away, he was still tortured by the netherworld purgatory. Could he break through while being tortured? How could there be such a thing in this world? So what if he broke through? I can kill a junior who just stepped into the medium god realm with one finger. At this moment, the immortal overlord sneered, took a step forward, and shot toward Lin Ling. In midair, a fist that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth blasted out. The power of 1,000,000 gods exploded. Whoosh! The terrifying shock wave made the gods lose their balance, but when they saw the immortal overlord attack, they were all excited. Yes! Lin Ling had just broken through, but the immortal overlord was a medium god who had been cultivating for tens of millions of years. Early stage medium god. Lin Ling looked at the immortal overlord indifferently. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. The immortal overlord's face was full of dominance. Lin Ling shook his head and punched out to counter the immortal overlord's punch. The two strongest gods collided crazily, and a terrifying shock wave exploded. Boom! The fierce suppression of the two fists seemed to break the sun, moon, stars, and all the laws of the universe. A hole was torn in the path of domination, and power poured out like a torrent in the void of the 9 states. It landed in a corner of the East Land and instantly shattered thousands of worlds. The power that poured out was already so terrifying, which showed how strong a medium god was. As expected of a medium god. Your attack couldn't affect me before, but now, I can resist it. The immortal overlord maintained the posture of punching out and said coldly. When he was chasing Lin Ling kept attacking him, but no attack was effective. The immortal overlord was like a manifestation of Ming Yun. But now, he could easily deal that kind of blow. Boom! Chapter 46-23. What's going on? The immortal lord, who was flying backward, had a look of disbelief on his face. He had thought that Lin Ling was evenly matched with him, but he hadn't used his full strength. However, Lin Ling just smiled and easily destroyed his arm. Crack, crack, crack. Forcibly suppressing the impact, the immortal lord stood in the void and looked at his right arm. It was melting like water, killed by Lin Ling's punch. Oh my god! Looking at Lin Ling's domineering aura, the god's hope that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Invincible. He was still invincible. Such a word appeared in their minds. What did you do? Why are you so strong after breaking through to become a lesser god? The immortal lord gritted his teeth. I, God, return, come. Lin Ling looked at the immortal lord coldly, and there was a hint of brutality in his eyes. Lin Ling remembered the torture that the immortal lord had given him. Therefore, in his eyes, the immortal lord was dead for sure. His soul would be destroyed and he would never be able to reincarnate. However, before that, Lin Ling wanted to torture the immortal lord and let him experience what it was like to be tortured. Have you recovered? I'm going to start. Lin Ling said coldly. You're waiting for me to recover. Don't you know that I didn't use my full strength before? The immortal lord's voice was hoarse, and he was furious. He never expected this junior to be so arrogant and give him time to recover. Lin Ling shook his head and said, It doesn't matter to me whether you're using your full strength or not. I'm just afraid that I'll kill you if I'm too strong. Ignorant. The immortal lord couldn't take it anymore. His body exploded, and he turned into an overwhelming dark cloud that engulfed Lin Ling. From afar, the dark cloud was very scary and emitted a pressure that could crush one's soul. Fine, I'll let you experience what it's like to be bitten by thousands of insects. Lin Ling's eyes were full of disdain. His body also exploded and turned into endless darkness as if to devour the world. The two kinds of darkness crazily intertwined. How was this a battle between martial artists? It was like a battle between gods. Immortal Lord. All the gods looked expectant. Now, only the Immortal Lord could kill Lin Ling. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling's darkness was incomparably terrifying. It grew larger and larger, and not only did it envelop the dark clouds, it even began to devour them. Devouring everything, this was one of the four great ferocious beasts, chaos. Ah! In the darkness, the Immortal Lord's pained voice echoed out. He was swallowed up by the darkness and felt as if he were being bitten by 10,000 insects. Every part of his body was being ruthlessly bitten. And that was the devouring power of darkness. This was the first time the Immortal Lords had experienced such a feeling in their tens of thousands of years. Lei Gong Lin Ling. He also let out a loud cry of pain. His voice was so pitiful that it caused the gods to shiver in fear. I'll give you time to recover. However, just as Lin Ling could seriously injure the Immortal Lord at any time, the darkness that he had transformed into began to retreat. In the void, wispy dark clouds appeared, looking as if they would disperse at any moment. These dark clouds were formed by the Immortal Lords. Give you time to recover? Again? Lei Gong Lin Ling, you. The Immortal Lord roared angrily. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was torturing him 100 times more. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. Is Return of Gods really that strong? He didn't believe it. Die, Underworld Book of Life and Death. The Immortal Lord roared, and the dark clouds turned into an ancient black book that suppressed Lin Ling. Behind the book was a palm, the Immortal Lord's palm. The Underworld Book of Life and Death was a treasure that controlled one's life and death. It was also the Immortal Lord's divine fetus, a 5th-grade divine fetus. Ordinary people would be easily sucked into the Book of Life and Death and have their life and death controlled by it. 2 million power of divinity. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and also attacked with a palm. Now that he had returned to his dantian, how could his power of divinity be so simple? Boom! The two palms collided, and the power of life and death poured out. How can you have 2 million power of divinity? Behind the Underworld Book of Life and Death, the Immortal Lord roared as if his mind was about to collapse. His Book of Life and Death couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling had his own power that transcended life and death, blocking everything. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Ling would never die. It was because the Underworld Book of Life and Death was also divided into ranks. If one wanted to control the life and death of a mid-level god, they would need another book. 2 million. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, and more power of divinity poured out like brilliant divine might. Crack, crack, crack. The huge Book of Life and Death cracked, and the Immortal Lord's newly recovered arm cracked again. 3 million. The Immortal Lord roared. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered again, and more power of divinity poured out. 4 million. The Immortal Lord seemed to be blown by a gust of wind. Although the Book of Life and Death blocked it, his skin was still cracked by the tyrannical power of divinity, and his bones were cracked. Suppression. Complete suppression. Invincible Lin Ling. In the hearts of the gods in the distance, the previous sentence floated again. Boom. At this time, the Book of Life and Death finally couldn't hold on anymore and completely exploded. A figure leaped over and appeared in front of the Immortal Lord. Two big hands grabbed his arm and squeezed hard. Ah! The Immortal Lord felt intense pain coming from every corner of his right arm. Next, his right arm. His legs. Ah! The Immortal Lord was like a sandbag, constantly being tortured by Lin Ling and crushed all the bones in his body. The pain was imaginable. "What you gave me," I said, "I will return it to you 100 times." Lin Ling sneered. After crushing the Immortal Lord's bones, his hands were like swords, constantly stabbing out, piercing thousands of holes in the Immortal Lord's chest and body. This was the tribulation of 10,000 swords. Lin Ling returned it to him. However, this wasn't the end. Lin Ling's hands were like knives, tearing apart the Immortal Lord's flesh bit by bit. Ugh! The gods in the distance all vomited, and their eyes turned ashen from fright. This was because intermediate gods were like gods on the horizon to them, but also like the great laws of the universe. But now, such a powerful existence was actually being tortured by someone, subverting their understanding of intermediate gods. Feels good, doesn't it? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. Weren't you very smug when you were chasing me? I didn't expect you to have a time like this. Countless evil spirit jellyfish floated out of his body and bit the Immortal Lord. You said that the pain of the body and the pain of the soul aren't the greatest pain, but the memories. Sorry, I have such means too. The crazy voice floated into the Immortal Lord's soul, causing his soul to tremble. He obviously knew what Lin Ling was going to do. Lin Ling wanted him to experience the pain of reincarnation, but Lin Ling wasn't a god of the netherworld, so how could he do it? But the next moment, he knew that Lin Ling could do it. This was because Lin Ling's soul power was too strong. He could already form his own world and bring his soul into that world, making him feel as if he was reincarnated. No, no. Chapter 46-24. All the gods looked at the Immortal Lord, and the fear on their faces became more and more intense. This was because they saw with their own eyes that the Immortal Lord was motionless, and his expression was changing from time to time. One moment he frowned, the next he relaxed, the next he was happy, the next he was afraid, and in the end, his body was trembling as he cried. Without a doubt, the Immortal Lord was experiencing all kinds of sexual torment in Lin Ling's powerful soul power. How terrifying! Lei Gong Lin Ling has become omnipotent. As the king of the underworld, the Immortal Lord controls reincarnation, but now he's personally experiencing the pain of reincarnation. He can't be free at all. The gods were all trembling with fear as they spoke. As the saying went, all living beings suffer. That was why Buddhas and gods entered the mortal world to experience the pain of eternal reincarnation and strive to find relief as soon as possible. All this meant that the pain of reincarnation was the greatest pain. And now, the Immortal Lord had experienced the pain of countless reincarnations. The gods could also clearly see that the Immortal Lord's expression had turned into one of utter despair. This meant that after countless reincarnations, the Immortal Lord had completely given up on everything. His fleshly body was withering away, gradually crumbling into dust that dissipated along the path of the Sovereign Lord. Wake up! Suddenly, Lin Ling shouted, waking the Immortal Lord's soul up. He floated in the void. At first, he was very confused, and his soul was full of pain. However, under Lin Ling's finger, a clear current flowed into his soul, gradually making him recall everything. Devil, you're a devil. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling, and his soul kept trembling. It was obvious that he had indeed suffered great pain before. Now, his body, soul, and even memories were all tortured by Lin Ling, causing him to look at Lin Ling with fear in his eyes. What you gave me, I'll return to you 100-fold. Lin Ling said indifferently. 100-fold? The Immortal Lord's soul trembled. It wasn't just 100-fold, it was 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Run! He didn't dare to face Lin Ling anymore, and his soul flew into the distance. He had never imagined that he would end up in such a state after coming here to capture the world will host body. He would never be able to forget being abused. Rumble. In front of him, a huge bronze door opened. It was the path to the underworld. Trying to escape? Lin Ling chuckled coldly and moved even faster. As soon as the Immortal Lord entered the bronze gate, Lin Ling reached out and grabbed him. Underworld God, save me. The Immortal Lord's soul was filled with panic as he shouted at the pitch-black bronze gate. Meanwhile, the faces of the deities in the distance all turned pale. Lin Ling wasn't even going to let off souls. Scram! At this time, a terrifying might was released from within the bronze gates, covering heaven and earth, about to destroy everything. Brilliant heavenly might surged out of the door, causing the souls and spirits of all the gods in the outside world to tremble. Could it be that this was the god of the netherworld? At this moment, Lin Ling also sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the Immortal Lord's soul. He must die. Lin Ling looked up. How dare you kill him? Inside the pitch-black bronze gate, a rolling vortex appeared and turned into a huge head. This head was extremely ferocious and imposing. It opened its mouth and exhaled, and a terrifying nether aura surrounded Lin Ling, trying to bring the Immortal Lord into the underworld. Dream on! Lin Ling shouted angrily, but he was shocked. What a powerful force! Was this the strength of the god of the netherworld? However, he had a feeling that the god of the netherworld couldn't come out at will. What was fighting against him was only a part of his power. However, this power was so strong that even though Lin Ling had become a mid-level deity, he still felt that it was difficult to resist. He had a feeling that if it were any other mid-level deity here, they would definitely not be able to resist this aura. However, although Lin Ling was an early-level mid-level deity, he was definitely not an ordinary mid-level deity. My god, return! Lin Ling roared. Previously, when he fought the Immortal Lord, he actually didn't use the full strength of his Dantian. The remaining 3 Dantians were still in the Tao realm. Now that they were summoned by Lin Ling, the 3 stars in the Tao realm immediately turned into rainbows and shot over as if they were tearing through the void. Fellow cultivator, we've been waiting for you for a long time. They said in unison. Rumble. The void of the path of domination was torn apart, and 3 meteors shot over and smashed into Lin Ling's body. Rumble. 3 terrifying rumbling sounds resounded, and it was as if 3 more mid-level gods had descended. Most importantly, these were definitely no ordinary mid-level gods. For the first time, all 7 Dantians appeared in Lin Ling's body at the same time. An unprecedentedly powerful force erupted from the depths of Lin Ling's Dantian, making Lin Ling feel as if he held 7 universes in his hands. Powerful. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had long known that the strength of the 7 Dantians returning at the same time would be incomparably terrifying, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Rumble. With a slight movement of his arm, the power of 7 million divinity erupted and forcefully tore the Immortal Lord apart. Save me, Underworld God. Sensing that the aura behind him was rising crazily, the Immortal Lord panicked even more. It turned out that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle with him. Now, this was Lin Ling's true strength. Was he still an early-stage mid-level deity? He was practically a mid-level deity. However, Lin Ling had only just broken through. How could he be so freakishly strong? Rumble. A portion of the Immortal Lord that had been sucked into the bronze door was forcefully pulled out. Junior, how dare you? The underworld god in the depths of the bronze door also didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. One had to know that back in the 9 States Void, Lin Ling had wanted to kill the underworld demon sealer. At that time, Lin Ling was just an ant. Who can kill my people? After the terrifying dark clouds churned within the bronze door, they actually turned into a huge ancient giant. This time, the Immortal Lord that had just been pulled out was pulled back again. Lei Gong Lin Ling, he's actually fighting against the underworld god. The gods in the distance were so scared that they couldn't speak coherently. Lin Ling was simply too strong. First stage. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also roared. Talent fusion. An even more terrifying divine power erupted, and it was 30% stronger than before. However, it was still not enough to fight against the underworld god. Second stage. Lin Ling roared again. Third stage. When the grey-robed Lin Ling appeared, a powerful force that didn't belong to the 9 states void finally poured out. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled throughout the entire road of domination. Heavenly fire exploded as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The void also continued to shatter, and the terrifying vibrations even killed several gods. This was the battle of the ancient giant beasts, right? So strong. Luli Empress's face was ashen as if she had seen the end of the world. Her thoughts of fighting against Lin Ling had completely disappeared. Seal. After Lin Ling's strength soared, his terrifying soul power surged out like waves, sealing everything. Chapter 46-25. Although the Stare of Wisdom couldn't seal the underworld god, it could seal the bronze door and block the powerful force coming from inside. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling went all out against the underworld god, wanting to take the immortal lord away from him. The underworld represented the dividing line between life and death. It had always been them who took people away. Unless the underworld god agreed, no one could take people out of the underworld. Because this was one of the great laws of the universe. Even gods were no exception. In fact, the ancient gods in the Dao realm were able to reincarnate because of the help of the underworld. But now, Lin Ling wanted to break the rules and take people away from the underworld. With a light palm strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, killing everything. This strike didn't hit the bronze door, but the bronze door. Rumble. The bronze door couldn't bear the weight and was blasted apart by Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Don't fall into my hands. The moment the bronze door shattered, an angry and resentful voice came from inside. Finally, it disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Lin Ling had completely offended the underworld god. Unless he didn't die, if he entered the underworld, his fate could be imagined. The underworld was one of the most powerful laws in the entire universe. Entering the underworld, even a superior god would be subdued. The path of domination continued to rumble, and the void continued to shatter. Only Lin Ling stood there calmly. He held the immortal lord in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. You blocked the underworld god. The immortal lord's voice trembled. Was he determined to kill him? At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked down at him. Do you think you can escape? If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, not even the god of creation can stop me, let alone the underworld god. Before I entered the reincarnation life and death dream, I told myself that all of you will die. As soon as the word die fell, Lin Ling's powerful divine power suppressed out. Boom! The immortal lord's soul finally exploded and dissipated. He could no longer enter the reincarnation cycle and completely dissipated in the universe. Dead. A powerful god had died, just like that. Wasn't it said that it was difficult for one to fall after becoming a god? The gods in the distance were all dumbfounded. But at this moment, Lin Ling looked at them. With just a glance, their bodies trembled as if they had seen a giant god from the primal chaos realm. Run! Lei Gong Lin Ling, spare my life. Loud shouts rang out one after another. Everyone panicked. Some ran away, some knelt down and begged for mercy. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, the path of the Dominator exploded, and the power of divinity surged out. The gods who tried to flee were all reduced to dust. The difference between a low-level deity and a mid-level deity was, after all, too great, not to mention that Lin Ling was an extraordinary mid-level deity. It was as if he had set up a line of life and death, and any gods who tried to rush out of it were instantly killed. Moreover, no one dared to resist. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the immortal overlord with their own eyes, all the gods knew that Lin Ling was invincible. In fact, the gods of Spirit Nation were even more afraid of Lin Ling than they were of the great gods of Spirit Nation. Unfortunately, it was useless because fear couldn't stop them from dying. In less than half an hour, all the gods had fallen. Only 3 were left. They were Luli Empress, the demon sealer of the underworld, and Lord Ning. At this moment, their pupils were trembling. Previously, they had not fled because they had discovered that a powerful force had enveloped their entire bodies, seizing everything from them. Even if they wanted to use the heavenly Dao realm, Lin Ling was too strong. They couldn't enter the Dao realm in a short time. Lin Ling would completely wipe them out before they entered the Dao realm. In the end, the void of the 9 states was different from the Dao realm. There was no Dao realm power to protect them. Demon sealer of the underworld, you said that I took advantage of you because you haven't recovered your strength. Now, I'll help you recover your strength and let you fight me. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and looked at the demon sealer of the underworld. No need. The demon sealer of the underworld smiled bitterly. Even if he recovered his strength, he couldn't compare to the immortal overlord. So, what was the use? On the contrary, he regretted it very much. He didn't have to die. Not long ago, he met Lin Ling and was scared away by Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling didn't come back, wouldn't he be fine? Unfortunately, he thought that Lin Ling wasn't strong at all. And this kind of luck killed him in the end. Die. Lin Ling nodded and said coldly. Since the demon sealer of the underworld was dead, there was no need to talk nonsense. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The demon sealer of the underworld looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. In the end, he was crushed into powder by the divine power. Luli Empress. Lin Ling looked at the second person. Luli Empress bit her lips, unable to say a word. She thought that since she came back from the dead, she could definitely make a comeback and take revenge on Lin Ling. However, everything was the same as before. As long as Lin Ling surpassed her, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't surpass him again. On the contrary, the gap between her and Lin Ling was even bigger. Li Xiaoyao. Luli Empress said coldly. She wanted to say something else. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. His powerful divine power crushed the colored glaze Great Empress into fine powder because in his heart, this wasn't the colored glaze Great Empress, but merely a puppet. Endless powder scattered, and a cloud of dust formed by light drifted with the wind. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice this cloud of dust. However, Lin Ling's current strength was monstrous. How could it escape his eyes? This must be the source of the resurrection of the great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and made a guess. He stretched out his left hand, and little Kunlun swam out from his arm and swallowed the cloud of dust. Don't let it die. Seal it in the vines. Lin Ling said to little Kunlun, completely eliminating the possibility of Luli Empress's resurrection. He knew that little Kunlun had the ability to plant blood-sucking plants. So, as long as he planted the blood-sucking plants in the cloud of dust, Luli Empress wouldn't be able to recover her strength. Furthermore, she wouldn't die, so she wouldn't be able to be resurrected. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You even discovered the secret of Spirit Nation. The remaining person was Lord Ning. He sighed and said, this is called the spiritual light Kun Taili. After the experts of Spirit Nation die, they will be summoned back to Spirit Nation. As long as the great god of Spirit Nation agrees, he can revive the dead with the help of the spiritual light Kun Taili. Lin Ling, you're no longer the same as before. Even I have to look up to you. Kill me. Lord Ning's face was ashen. He knew that he couldn't fight against Lin Ling. I want to kill you too. However, your Grandpa Treasure God's old enemy. I'll leave you to him. Lin Ling looked deeply at Lord Ning. He turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lord Ning's sight. Lord Ning stood in a daze. His expression was complicated. Thinking back to when he first met Lin Ling, he couldn't speak for a long time. Chapter 46-26. Lord Ning had never expected that Lin Ling alone would be able to stop so many experts from capturing the world will host body. Most importantly, he had a feeling that Lin Ling would become even more terrifying in the future. He would definitely rise up in the ancient world. 7 million power of divinity. At this moment, Lin Ling was advancing on the road of Dominator. Sensing his strength, he was still quite shocked. When others broke through to become mid-level gods, they only gained 1 million power of divinity, but he had gained 7 million. This was the biggest difference between mid-level gods and low-level gods. Among low-level gods, there weren't many who had 500,000 power of divinity. No wonder they couldn't win against mid-level gods. Apart from divinity, the other areas didn't improve much. Lin Ling discovered that his physical strength and soul power had both improved slightly, but the power of divinity had improved the most. Moreover, the power of divinity in his 7 dantians was 100 times denser than that of low-level gods. The power of the gods is the most basic combat method of the gods. Therefore, the strength of a god is determined by the power of the gods. However, if one has the steps of the gods, soul power, or physical strength, they can also increase one's combat strength. As for talent, it increases the quality of the power of the gods. Lin Ling's pace didn't seem fast, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the Road of Dominator. The dangers of the Road of Dominator couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ling didn't need to attack at all. His body was protected by divinity, and everything he encountered along the way was turned to dust. God Emperor Zhan Gang. Soon, Lin Ling discovered that God Emperor Zhan Gang and the others were hiding on an island. This made Lin Ling move, and when he appeared again, he was on the island. Kill. When Lin Ling appeared, sharp chains immediately bound him. Then, a huge stone tablet came crashing down. Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't resist. Boom, boom, boom. However, when this powerful attack landed on him, not only was he fine, but the 2 who attacked him were also sent flying. So strong. How is it possible that he's fine after taking one of our attacks? 2 figures smashed onto the ground and cried out in alarm. They were Zhan's Steel God Lord. Previously, they had sensed that someone had entered the island, so they immediately took action. Because they weren't familiar with this aura, they concluded that it wasn't one of them. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's strength had broken through, and his aura was no longer the same as before. Lin Ling. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from afar. Yes, sir. Many people flew over from the depths of the island. They were people from Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lin Ling? Giant Ghost and Giant Ghost on the ground also reacted. They stared at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. How could it be Lin Ling's? They felt that the aura on Lin Ling's body was like a completely different person. Moreover, although Lin Ling was stronger than them, it was impossible for him to face the 2 of them together without even blocking. Could it be that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in the Dao realm? They were surprised that they didn't realize that the current Lin Ling had spirit origin. It was different from when he relied on his physical strength to fight. Where are the experts of Spirit Nation? Longnyang and Xiaoluan ran over, their faces filled with worry. They're all dead. Lin Ling smiled. Everyone's jaws dropped. They thought that Lin Ling would say that he had shaken off the pursuers. They never thought that Lin Ling would say that they were all dead. How could they be dead? They have Spirit Nation, Underworld, and Green Lotus Deity Sovereign. And it's a god. Gods can't die at all. Sir Lin Ling, what happened? How did they die? Everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. If the pursuers were all dead, then they would be safe. Killed. Lin Ling said. Ah. Everyone's jaws dropped even wider. I killed them. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said again. Ah. Everyone's mouth opened so wide it could fit 3 duck eggs in it. Lin Ling, you killed them? Longnyang frowned in disbelief. Even the immortal overlord? That's right. Lin Ling nodded and didn't hide anything. He said indifferently, because I've reached middle god. What? Everyone exploded and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. You broke through? The giant ghost's tongue was sticking out. But weren't you holding back the gods earlier? How did you break through? Did you break through while running away? God Emperor Zhang Gang was also in disbelief. He had never heard of anyone breaking through like this. Moreover, it was a middle god. Alright, we're all safe now. Lin Ling waved his hand and said. This kind of breakthrough couldn't be explained in a short time. Xiaoluan, it should be very difficult for you to enter the Dao realm now, right? Lin Ling looked at Xiaoluan and Longnyang and said. He guessed that there must be many experts guarding the place where Xiaoluan left the Dao realm, waiting for them to return. Yes, a lot of experts suddenly appeared in the Dao realm. They seemed to be from some emperor and wanted to capture us. Xiaoluan nodded. Since that's the case, don't go back for now. Wait for me to return to the Dao realm and deal with the enemies. Then you can come back and tell me where you are. Lin Ling said, oh right, how are the Kurishin and the others? When we left, the Kurishin were fighting with the ancient gods of the Dao realm. I don't know how they are now. Xiaoluan said. When the time comes, I'll find them and try to gather them. Lin Ling nodded, then looked at the giant ghost and the others. You guys should go back as soon as possible, then increase your strength and walk out of the miasma. It's much faster to increase your strength in the Dao realm than in the 9 continents. Every day you spend in the 9 continents is a day wasted. Alright. The giant ghost and the others nodded, but inwardly, they were shaken. Lin Ling had actually become a common god. Among all the gods in the 9 continents who had entered the Dao realm, Lin Ling was probably the first person to do so. Come on, let's get out of here. After looking around, Lin Ling didn't plan to stay. He led the group away from the island. Lin Ling. As soon as they left the island, an ancient voice echoed out from the depths of the Road of Sovereigns. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he looked into the depths of the Road of Sovereigns. It was pitch black, as if there was no end to it. Who are you? Lin Ling asked coolly. Who I am isn't important. All you need to know is that I'm a good friend of Daoist Pure Sun, and that the Road of Sovereigns is the only path that leads to the primal chaos realm. However, given your current strength, you won't be able to reach the end. I'm here on the orders of some important person to tell you 2 things. You've offended the underworld god. Things are a bit troublesome. The underworld god isn't the only powerful entity in the underworld realm. There are also several ancient gods. Secondly, your little Kunlun has reached its limit in the 9 continents. If you want to transform, you can go to my lord. He has a way to return it to the Your Wilds era. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked down at the vines wrapped around his arm. Chapter 46-27. Kunlun Divine Wood. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. All this time, he could not see through little Kunlun's origins. Although little Kunlun did not seem strong, its sealing methods were incomparably powerful. Now, Lin Ling finally knew that little Kunlun's origins were not small. Little Kunlun, do you want to go? Shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. Don't worry, they actually know me and can mention Patriarch Bodhi. I think they won't harm you. Lin Ling had met Patriarch Bodhi in the past in the Myriad Realms. Lin Ling's Bodhi Dao verification divine art was passed down by the latter. If such an ancient god wanted to harm Lin Ling, there was no need to play any tricks. Little Kunlun stretched out its vine bud and looked at Lin Ling as if in deep thought. Finally, the bud cutely nodded. Then, as if reluctant, the vine moved up his arm and stuck to Lin Ling's cheek. Lin Ling also stroked Little Kunlun. Ever since he went to Qing province and obtained Little Kunlun had accompanied him in battle many times. Every time he was exhausted, Little Kunlun would do its best to save him. After so many years, they had already cultivated a deep relationship. Go, you can become stronger there. Lin Ling smiled, but his eyes were a little moist. Kunlun. Little Kunlun said. Lin Ling and Little Kunlun had long been connected, so he knew that Little Kunlun was saying, "Wait for me. Okay, next time we meet, you will definitely become stronger." Lin Ling nodded heavily. He pointed his arm forward and the black vine shot out. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Be careful of the gods of the underworld. Try to raise your strength in the Dao realm. That is the world of the 5 emperors, and above them are the ancient gods. When you can climb the Dao pagoda, you will be able to see through the gods of the present, the gods of the ancient, and the prehistoric ages. When Little Kunlun disappeared into the darkness, the ethereal voice slowly floated over. Moreover, you must be very curious about your origins. The 8 gods' heavenly palace has everything you want to know. Finally, the faintly discernible voice vanished. 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Now that he had the key to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he planned to explore the place after dealing with the Dao realm. Lin Ling, we should focus on increasing our strength in the Dao realm. The giant ghost also wanted to go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but he also knew that his current strength was far too weak. Alright, after you guys break through, we'll go together. Lin Ling led the group away from the road of sovereigns. But as they left, he took one last look at the road. So, it was possible to reach the primal chaos realm from here. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures. Xiao Luan, Longyang, go to Lei Gong's Great Hall first. You can be protected there. Lin Ling said to Xiao Luan and the others. Longyang looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling was her greatest enemy, but now, this enemy was protecting her. The enmity between us can be settled in the future. I'm protecting you because I don't want those behind the scenes to benefit from it. Lin Ling seemed to know what Longyang was thinking and said indifferently. All right. Longyang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Longyang, am not that weak. When I become an intermediate god, I will definitely repay your kindness. Seeing Longyang speak so confidently, Lin Ling also believed in Longyang's potential. Perhaps, Longyang would be the next intermediate god to enter the Dao realm. God Emperor Zhan Gang, Giant Ghost, bring them back. When you reach Lei Gong's Great Hall, immediately enter the Dao realm and try to walk out of the miasma as soon as possible. As for how to obtain the Dao realm fragment, Yu and the others will tell you. Lin Ling said to the Giant Ghost and the others. Then, he left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Giant Ghost and the others had complicated expressions. In the past, Saint Guy was the strongest expert in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Later, Lin Ling brought back White Water Pure Maiden, who was also very strong. Now, Lin Ling was the 3rd strongest expert. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed White Water Pure Maiden. We have to work harder too. God Emperor Zhan Gang's eyes burned with the flames of war as he led the group towards Lei Gong's Great Hall. Although this world is fair, and even if one doesn't have a powerful legacy, as long as one works hard, one can still turn the situation around and reach the peak of the era. I have to admit that sometimes, a powerful legacy is also very important. While moving forward, Longyang suddenly said with a sigh. That's right. Lord Lin Ling was able to slowly walk from a small god to the peak of an era. I'm afraid the inheritance hidden behind him isn't simple. Someone nodded. Previously, they had heard the ethereal voice's words. The 8 gods' heavenly palace would have an answer to Lord Lin Ling's origin. Thus, they guessed that Lord Ling's origin wasn't small. In fact, when Lin Ling was in the rainforest sacred land, his talent was weaker than Sakra's. However, as he grew, his potential was stimulated and he surpassed Sakra's. Then, in the 9 prefectures. In the 4 great gods. All of this showed that Lin Ling had endless potential. Although an inheritance is important, one's own efforts are more important. Lord Lin Ling has traveled extensively over the years. He has broken through countless sacred lands and stepped into countless secret realms. He has survived many times in the hands of the Death God. Every time a calamity comes, it is Lord Lin Ling who stands in front of us. How can we not know? God Emperor Zhang Gang said. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, they nodded in understanding. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's origin was definitely not simple. However, he had sacrificed more than ordinary people. The reason why he could possess such strength today was because he had risked his life to obtain it. In this universe, the most frightening thing is this kind of person who has a great origin but is willing to risk his life. The giant ghost also nodded. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, what kind of person are you? Long Nyang's eyes also looked at the void. She was even more curious about this man. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the myriad of worlds. His soul force surged out like an avalanche and landed in the myriad of worlds. Disciples, I have already paved the path for you. This is also the last thing I will do for you. In the future, you will definitely not be simple. This is also our karma. Lin Ling looked at the souls in his palm. These were the souls that he had forcefully seized from the underworld. They were also his disciples in the life and death dream of reincarnation. Lin Ling knew that the life and death dream of reincarnation was an illusion. However, in his heart, knowing a lifetime was love. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to help them. Therefore, the underworld could not stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling broke the rules of the underworld and took them away domineeringly. Swish. 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 The souls in Lin Ling's hand began to scatter and scatter in the myriad of worlds. Chapter 46-28. Moreover, Lin Ling had left a large number of magical powers and cultivation methods in their souls, and they were distributed according to each person's soul. In time, they would definitely become gods in the future. My dear disciples, it's all up to you now. After doing this, Lin Ling smiled and took out the Dao regression heavenly position. He returned to the Dao state. When he reappeared, he was still in Ancestor Hongyun's mansion. However, there were fewer people here now. As the 7 stars array had disappeared, the array no longer existed. Hence, the curious gods had left. Only Zhong Shaoxian was still waiting there. How strange, how strange. During this period of time, Ancestor Red Cloud had been searching for Lin Ling but to no avail. Furthermore, the disappearance of the 7 stars exquisite array was too strange. He could not find out anything. Perhaps, there was a sudden change in the array which caused Lei Gong Lin Ling's life to be in danger. Hence, he was taken away by the Dao state. Zhong Shaoxian suddenly said. That's possible. Ancestor Hongyun nodded. At this moment, a 5-colored radiance appeared and formed on the flat ground in front of them. Then, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, my friend. Ancestor Hongyun was delighted to see Lin Ling suddenly appear. Zhong Shaoxian also smiled excitedly. You guys are still here. Lin Ling walked over slowly. Although his movements seemed casual, there was a majestic aura around him as if he was an ancient god. You've broken through. Ancestor Hongyun was powerful after all. He immediately noticed the change in Lin Ling. I'm lucky. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Ancestor Hong Yun. Then, he said, "Senior, I have something to tell you." Ancestor Hong Yun's eyes flashed and he looked at Zhong Shaoxian. Zhong Shaoxian understood his intention and left. "Lin Ling, my friend, what's the matter?" After Zhong Shaoxian left, Ancestor Hong Yun hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and asked with a smile. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush. He took out Ancestor Hong Yun's letter and handed it over. "This letter might surprise you, so you'd better be mentally prepared." "Hee, little friend Lin Ling, you underestimate me, Ancestor Hong Yun. I, Ancestor Hong Yun, have survived the great tribulation of the world. What have I not seen? Don't worry, no matter how big the matter is, it will only surprise me at most. It won't make me lose my composure." Ancestor Red Cloud smiled and received Lin Ling's letter. Lin Ling blinked. He remembered that Ancestor Hong Yun had lost his composure when he was in prison. However, Ancestor Hong Yun was not Ancestor Hong Yun. It was not impossible for Ancestor Hong Yun to not be surprised when they had different thoughts. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, wow! The previously confident Ancestor Red Cloud started to cry. Tears and snot flowed out of his eyes. "Ancestor, Ancestor, it's a letter from Ancestor." With a plop, he knelt down and held the envelope with both hands. One moment he cried, the next he laughed. He was so emotional that he couldn't take care of himself. Is this really an ancient god? From afar, Mother Lin was stunned when she saw the floor full of tears and snot. In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. Didn't he say that he had seen a lot? Didn't he say that he wouldn't lose his composure? He shook his head helplessly and left the manor without paying any attention to Ancestor Hong Yun. Now that he had achieved his goal of meeting Ancestor Hong Yun, he wanted to see how Grandpa Treasure God and the rest were doing. In the sky, a rainbow flashed and flew across the endless ancient barren mountains. There is a huge difference between the Tao state and the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling looked down and sighed inwardly. The mountains in the Tao state were filled with dense spiritual energy and were extremely tough. Even a god would find it difficult to break through them. After a few more years, they might even become divine transformation realm. After a long time, the ancient river started to appear in the distance. The river was overflowing and there were huge cosmic beasts rolling around. Rumble. However, at this moment, a deafening roar came from the bottom of the ancient barren mountains. Smoke billowed and treasure light shot up into the sky. "Kill all those who are with Lei Gong Lin Ling." A loud roar could be heard as a large number of gods flew in the sky. Then, they attacked the cave abode on the ground. These ancient gods were expressionless and they were all early-stage middle gods. They were like the masters of the universe. What is the meaning of this? Such chaos naturally attracted the displeasure of many ancient gods. Duo Wentian walked out with a few people and his expression was ugly. "Duo Wentian, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way or I'll teach you a lesson too." A cold voice sounded, and a young pygmy god stood there quietly. He was the White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor. He ordered the middle gods to attack the caves. These caves were where Nanwu Fengyu Treasure God and the rest were breaking through. "You're too audacious. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes." Duo Wentian was even more furious. However, there were more ancient gods on the White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor's side and they did not dare to act rashly. "Huh." The White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor laughed and looked at Duo Wentian mockingly. "Emperor Yao cares about these things? Or are Lei Gong Lin Ling and the rest gods from Emperor Yao's tomb?" Duo Wentian and the rest were speechless. Lei Gong Lin Ling and the rest did not agree to join Emperor Yao's side and Emperor Yao did not say he would accept Lin Ling and the rest. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Yao would not care about managing his finances. But they are still Emperor Yao's guests. Duo Wentian said. "What a joke, you know. Lei Gong Lin Ling almost crippled me last time. As a guest, he is blindly arrogant. Today, I am here on behalf of Emperor Yao to kill them. Get out of my way and capture all of Lei Gong Lin Ling's men and kill them. The White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor snorted and was filled with murderous intent. Duo Wentian and the rest did not dare to speak. This matter was related to Emperor Yao and they did not dare to help. Moreover, the White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor's master was the White Tiger giant god. He was not someone they could afford to offend. The White Tiger giant god had a good relationship with Emperor Yao and was a late-stage mid-god from the ancient times. It was said that he was the mount of a Buddha god and was extremely powerful. Although they were both mid-gods, they were only early-stage mid-gods. The difference of two realms was like heaven and earth. Where is Lei Gong Lin Ling? The White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor roared again. Lei Gong Lin Ling was just a low god. A small god dared to touch him in his territory? He must be tired of living. Find Lei Gong Lin Ling for me. I will kill him until he dares not enter the Dao realm. The White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor ordered again. He was insufferably arrogant and domineering. There were countless gods in the surrounding mountains. They were dissatisfied with the White Tiger supervising Divine Emperor's arrogance, but they did not dare to speak up. Destroy this young Qilin's cave. Chapter 46-29. However, the violent rumbling also affected the cultivation of the people in the cave. Most importantly, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were in the middle of a breakthrough. Interrupting them at a critical moment could cause them fatal damage. Lei Gong Lin Ling is here. But at this moment, a strong wind blew in the sky. Lin Ling had finally returned. He had just returned to the mountain when he saw this scene. This made his eyes burn with rage. It was the White Tiger Divine Lord. Last time, Lin Ling had spared him once for Emperor Yao's sake. This guy was unrepentant and even dared to bring people to settle the score with him. Lin Ling also sensed that Grandpa Treasure God and the others were still in the middle of a breakthrough and could not be disturbed. The most important thing now was to help Grandpa Treasure God and the others. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Many gods in the endless mountain stared at Lin Ling, who was swooping down, in great astonishment. He's back so soon. Zhong Shaoxian was also in the crowd. However, because they were in Emperor Yao's tomb, she could not help. Lei Gong Lin Ling, leave quickly. Duo Wentian suddenly roared. Because of Emperor Yao, they could not help. If they let Lin Ling face them, Lin Ling would definitely die. After all, Lin Ling was only a lower god. However, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he ran toward one of the caves. One punch. It came crashing down like breaking rotten wood. On the ground, a man with a snake's body held a golden spear. He was attacking the cave, causing rocks to fall. But soon, he noticed Lin Ling in the sky. Attacking me? The man laughed disdainfully. His name was Shifeng. He was a powerful snake god from the Age of Gods. After reincarnating, he quickly regained the strength of a middle god. A mere nameless god dared to attack him? Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? The price for provoking an ancient god is great. He swept his spear, and runes bloomed. A total of 2 million units of divine power erupted. Wang! This spear swept towards the sky. Time froze, and the void remained motionless. This was the might of his divine embryo. Rumble. However, the divine force mixed within the fist in the sky was even more terrifying, blasting apart those restrictions. It was as if it was unmatched, viciously crushing down. Crack. As the fist approached, the golden spear in Shifeng's hand shattered. His body retreated continuously, and his expression changed drastically. A god. He let out a cry of surprise. However, in the sky, after Lin Ling's first punch, another punch came crashing down. What ancient great god? What reincarnation of a god? I think you're just a fart. What qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as a true ancient great god? Lin Ling roared. Ignorant child, you will regret this. Snake Feng clenched his teeth and unleashed his powerful divine energy. Huh, I regret it? Do you think you can look down on everything just because you're Emperor Yao's man? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch my people, even if Emperor Yao is here, I won't be afraid. Also, Emperor Yao is a character. What about you? You're just a dog. You have the strength of a god, yet you listen to a lesser god. You're not worthy of the name of a god. Lin Ling's fist turned pitch black, and a ferocious aura surged out majestically. Boom! The fist came down, and the mountains shook. That ancient great god called Shifeng was killed with a single punch. Ah! Countless people opened their mouths wide. The scene in front of them was too shocking. This was because when Lei Gong Lin Ling first arrived, he was only a lesser god. In a short period of time, he actually succeeded in breaking through. And after breaking through, his strength was actually so strong. A god? The White Tiger Divine Emperor's pupils constricted, and he became even more furious. He was still a lesser god, but Lin Ling had become a god. Why? Kill him. The White Tiger Divine Emperor roared, and he was even more determined to kill Lin Ling. However, without waiting for his instructions, Lin Ling had already rushed to the next cave abode. Blood soared into the sky, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. The tyrannical song sword was unsheathed. It was as if the god of slaughter had descended. It's the grim demon, the crazy god of slaughter from the Age of Gods. Someone recognized the sword and exclaimed repeatedly. Back in the Age of Gods, that madman called the Grim Demon had killed hundreds of millions of gods. The more he killed, the more powerful he became, causing everyone to know about him. Now, this god-killing sword that made people pale at the mention of it had appeared again. If there was an ancient great god that they didn't want to see resurrected, then that Grim Demon was one of them. He really dares to kill. Another person had a look of apprehension. Killing Emperor Yao's people in his territory was tantamount to challenging Emperor Yao. It's just a mere 2 million power of divinity. How dare you touch me when you're so weak? Dream on. At this moment, in front of the young Qilan's cave abode, an old man riding a dragon turtle was constantly digging. When he sensed Lin Ling's killing intent, he immediately snorted. Supreme inextinguishable light. He muttered to himself, and his voice seemed to blow the taboo of gods. In the sky where Lin Ling was pouncing, a large number of owls suddenly appeared. Each owl was formed by light, but they were extremely sharp. The densely packed owls were like stars. Suddenly, a divine music sounded and drowned Lin Ling. Go away. Lin Ling slashed out, but it was as if he had slashed the moon in the water. Although the owls were separated, they immediately merged again. It was like a ray of light. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could never cut through the light. Hee, in front of my talent, boy, what can you do? The old man riding the dragon turtle laughed disdainfully and continued to dig the cave abode. He wanted to interrupt the breakthrough of the person in the cave abode. At this moment, inside the cave abode, a Qilan was lying there. It was surrounded by a divine barrier. It was constantly spitting out green wind and then inhaling it into its body. Its strength was slowly increasing. However, the formation continued to shake, making it difficult for it to focus and break through the final barrier. Lord Lin Ling. His brows moved slightly as if he was very clear about what was happening outside. What's so great about that? At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky outside the cave abode. Lin Ling stopped attacking the owls and pounced towards the old man. He's dead for sure. Many people cried out in alarm. The power of divinity in those alls had reached 3 million. It was like a trap, waiting for Lin Ling to jump in. Any intermediate god would not dare to be too arrogant in front of the alls. However, Lin Ling rushed in. Was he not courting death? Swoosh! Blood gushed out. The alls were unstoppable and cut Lin Ling into pieces. Hee hee. The old man riding the dragon turtle laughed disdainfully. Of course, this laugh did not last long. Because Lin Ling, who had been cut into pieces, actually rushed out of the alls and began to recover. A blood sword slashed down just like that. What's going on? The old man's pupils trembled fiercely. Too strong of a recovery. He was simply invincible. If I can't make a big wave, you can't even make a splash. The rolling blood sword slashed down. Not only did it have the power of divinity, it also had the power to kill. Chapter 46:30. Clang. However, a crisp, deafening sound was heard. It was as if two metals had collided, but the dragon turtle's hard shell had been cut in half. Lin Ling now had the power of 7 million divinity. Who else could it be but him? The dragon turtle's 4 limbs were in great pain. Finally, it was cut in half and fell to the ground. Its blood dyed the mountain red. The old man on the dragon turtle's head had been cut from his forehead to between his legs. A bloody cut appeared, and then it was slowly cut in half. Another intermediate celestial had fallen. No one expected that after Lin Ling appeared, he would actually kill 2 mid-level deities in quick succession. Most importantly, these 2 intermediate celestials no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. They were completely dead. The Dao realm could only give the gods 3 chances to save their lives. Obviously, they had already used up all 3 chances. Otherwise, they would not be hiding in Emperor Yao's territory instead of going out to fight. The truly powerful ancient gods were not staying in their nests. They were going out to explore ancient secrets. Thank you, my lord. Almost at the same time, the Qilin in the cave opened its eyes. An ancient aura quietly spread out. When the eyes closed again, the Qilin's body exploded. This was the most critical moment of a breakthrough. Lin Ling, how dare you kill Emperor Yao's people? At this moment, the White Tiger Divine Emperor roared when he saw Lin Ling kill 2 gods in a row. Of course, fear rose in his heart. This Lei Gong Lin Ling was too scary. He had just become a lower celestial, but his divinity was so strong. White Tiger Divine Emperor, Emperor Yao is someone who cares about his reputation. Although Lei Gong Lin Ling is not one of Emperor Yao's people, he is still fighting us one-on-one. If you let the gods attack and Emperor Yao finds out, he will punish you. At this moment, Duo Wentian said calmly. He obviously wanted the White Tiger Divine Emperor to be wary and not use the human wave tactic to kill Lin Ling. Since this was related to Emperor Yao, the White Tiger Divine Emperor did not dare to be too rash. Senior Lan Xian, kill him. White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord suddenly looked at one of them. This person was standing in front of White Water Pure Maiden's cave abode with 7 swords floating around him. He was calmly attacking the cave abode. His sword was very ethereal, like an ordinary sword. But when it landed on the cave, a large number of hard rocks were cut open like tofu. Looking at the various mountains, the deities stared at the man with solemn eyes. Lan Xian. He was a top-notch expert from the age of Pantheon. Back in the day, his strength was comparable to that of a higher god. During the great calamity of the world will, he had once single-handedly killed 80 million gods. From then on, his name had shaken the age of Pantheon, and even the ancient era. Because of this, the will of the world had targeted him, mobilizing more than 30 superior deities before finally killing him. Now that he had reincarnated and returned, even though he had not regained his former strength, he was still infamous. At this moment, when the man heard the White Tiger Divine Lord's words, his expression didn't change. He seemed to be thinking about something. Alright, tell the giant white tiger god that I've returned the favor he did for me when I first came to the Dao realm. In the end, he finally made a decision. It could be seen that there were only two reasons why these deities helped the white tiger divine lord. First, they were wary of the giant white tiger. Second, they owed the giant white tiger god a favor. After all, they had turned around and cultivated again. Their strength was not the same as before. If the giant white tiger god stepped in when they were in danger, this favor would naturally be unavoidable. Alright, you just need to do your best. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. The white tiger divine lord also knew of Lan Xian's fearsome reputation. He helped him because of the favor. If he angered Lan Xian would still dare to kill him. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? You're very strong. At least 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you. Lan Xian stood in front of Lin Ling and said calmly. Seeing that he did not disturb White Tiger Divine Lord's breakthrough, Lin Ling was not in a hurry for the time being. He said calmly, "Thank you, but your realm is the same as mine. I reckon 70% of early-stage mid-gods are no match for you." Ha ha ha. Lan Xian laughed heartily. You're right. We're both early-stage mid-gods. Although our realms seem to be the same, due to the era of cultivation, talent, and various means, we're also divided into 3 levels of strength. You and I are hovering around the upper middle level, about to enter the 3rd level. In this vast universe, there are countless deities. How can we possibly see through all of them? To be able to defeat 70% of the deities is already very good. As for you, I reckon your strength is about the same as mine. However, I'll give you a chance since it's not easy for you to cultivate. If you leave now, I'll guarantee your safety. Hearing Lan Xian's words, Lin Ling had a good impression of this person. Although this person was ferocious, he was also a person with character. I'm sorry. If I leave, my friends will fail in their breakthroughs. So, I appreciate your kindness. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I knew you would say that. The reason why I'm giving you a chance is because you also have a ferocious aura, which makes me feel very close to you. This shows that you're magnanimous and not hypocritical. You're ferocious. Lan Xian waved his right hand, and the 7 swords circled around. Suddenly, the void became noisy. This was a ferocious aura, an incomparably terrifying ferocious aura. My talent is that of a 5th-class god fetus, which is one of the most ferocious creatures in the universe. However, I reckon that my talent won't be of much use to you, because you're one of the 4 ferocious beasts, chaos, so you're immune to the effects of my ferocious aura. Therefore, I only use the 7 ferocious swords. If you can block my attack and survive, I'll admit defeat. As for defeating me, that's impossible. Back then, I fought the sword demon, the owner of your sword, and returned with a draw. Now, as the owner of this sword, you can't defeat me no matter how strong you are. Moreover, you're not the slaughter demon. Swoosh. 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 The 7 swords soared into the sky, erupting with a terrifying ferocious aura. Even the ancient beasts in the distant river sank to the bottom, not daring to act rashly. This showed how terrifying the ferocious aura was. Most importantly, this person had fought the slaughter demon and returned with a draw. Thank you for the reminder. Although I'm not the slaughter demon, you're not the deity from back then either. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His words made Lan Xian's expression freeze. Indeed, he was only a mid-god now, not the high god from back then. Get ready. Ferocious aura overflows the sky, insufferably arrogant. Lan Xian pointed with a finger. The flames of the ferocious aura turned into a torrential river, drowning the vast wilderness. Within the ominous clouds, a pair of eyes quietly appeared. The ferocious aura spewed out, and the deities who looked at it were all frightened. Some of the lower gods were constantly corroded by the ferocious aura, their bodies riddled with holes. They hurriedly left the mountain and fled into the distance. The ferocious aura was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could resist. Chapter 46:31. Lin Ling is the successor of the Grim Demon. No wonder he's so strong. But he's in trouble now that he's met Lan Xian. Zhong Xiaoxian also spoke. She had always been curious about what kind of god Lin Ling was, and now she understood a lot. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling had too many inheritances, and the Grim Demon was just one of them. Whoosh! The sword shot over, piercing through the void. So strong, at least 500 strands of the power of God. With just one sword, Lin Ling was shocked. Tyrannical Song Sword. He bellowed, and the steps of slaughter appeared, clashing with the sword. Swoosh! But soon, a terrifying force enveloped Lin Ling, making him feel like he was invincible. And this force shocked Lin Ling, because it wasn't the power of God. Lin Ling had more power of God, so he wasn't afraid of clashing with the power of God. But Lan Xian was powerful not only with the power of God, but also with the steps of slaughter. And it was even higher than Lin Ling's steps of slaughter. It had probably reached the immemorial level, the same as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom. This meant that the steps of wisdom might not be able to seal this sword. One sword to kill one person. At this moment, Lan Xian's voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. Whoosh! The sword pierced through Lin Ling's chest, and a terrifying aura wreaked havoc in his body. Clang! The tyrannical Song sword in his hand also fell from the sky, and Lin Ling also fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Lan Xian, a god whose name had shaken the age of gods, now had the strength to defeat 70% of early-stage mid-gods. Naturally, she couldn't be underestimated. Defeated. Many gods secretly shook their heads. But they didn't feel embarrassed for Lei Gong Lin Ling. After all, Lei Gong Lin Ling had just broken through not long ago, so his defeat was understandable. What a pity. However, Lan Xian also shook her head. My 7 ferocious swords can kill one person with each sword. Back then, I used the 7 ferocious swords to kill the world will. How can you block it? You should listen to my advice and leave. You won't have to die. He isn't dead yet. However, right after Lan Xian finished speaking, someone spoke coldly. It was Zhong Xiaoxian. Impossible. Lan Xian frowned. His sword had always killed a person with one strike. How could Lin Ling not be dead? If he dies, the Dao realm will take him away. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoxian spoke once more. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, and it caused Lan Xian's pupils to tremble fiercely. Zhong Xiaoxian was right. He abruptly looked at Lin Ling, who was floating down to the ground. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical Song sword, which was continuously falling, and rose into the air. Fellow Daoist, allow me. The person holding the sword looked like Lin Ling, but he didn't look like Lin Ling. His aura was clearly different. An avatar of the true body? Lan Xian's eyes narrowed and she pointed out again. Whoosh! A sword shot over with a ferocious aura. Poof! That person's chest was instantly pierced through and he died completely. The 7 ferocious sword was famous for killing a person with one strike. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. It was as if no god could withstand a single strike from it. Fellow Daoist, allow me. However, right after that person died, another person holding the tyrannical Song sword rushed into the sky. Dead. The 7 ferocious swords slashed again. Soon, another person appeared. Another slash. Next, Lin Ling rushed out one after another, holding the tyrannical Song sword and fighting against Lan Xian like a relay. Killing a person with one strike. Lan Xian's sword could indeed do that, but Lin Ling had many avatars of the true body. Let's see how many people Lan Xian's sword could kill. Where's Lin Ling's true body? Lan Xian also immediately investigated, but discovered that Lin Ling's original body had already disappeared. Kill. This left him with no choice but to continue killing. In the sky, gods kept falling. They were all Lin Ling's avatars. Of course, if these avatars were weak, it would not be a big deal. However, these avatars all had the strength of a mid-level god. Time passed quietly just like that. Something's not right. Lei Gong Lin Ling is breaking Lan Xian's steps of the gods. Suddenly, a middle-stage mid-level old man came to his senses. What's going on? The gods were even more shocked. Lan Xian's steps of the gods are very powerful and can ignore the opponent's divine energy. As long as the opponent's strength does not surpass his, the seven ferocious sword can kill a person with one strike. However, Lin Ling has countless avatars and is extremely powerful. This is enough for Lan Xian to kill until Lan Xian's steps of the gods disappear. He was a mid-level god and had extremely good eyesight. So that's how it is. Killing a person with one strike means that with one strike, he can't kill a large number of people. He can only kill them one strike at a time. If that's the case, Lan Xian will definitely be exhausted. It's even possible that his divine energy will be exhausted. However, Lei Gong Lin Ling can also exhaust his divine energy by continuously activating his avatars. If that's the case, these two mid-level gods will be competing to see whose divine energy can last longer. I reckon that Lin Ling won't be able to last longer than Lan Xian. After all, Lan Xian has already broken through for 300 years, and Lin Ling has only broken through recently. Many gods discussed animatedly and expressed their own opinions. Lan Xian also knew about Lin Ling's battle strategy, and his expression was extremely solemn. Lei Gong Lin Ling was indeed difficult to deal with. However, competing in divine energy? He was confident about this. However, as time passed, he started to frown and his face started to turn pale. This was because he had already exhausted a lot of his divine energy. However, Lin Ling's avatars were still not done. It was as if he wanted to exhaust him to death. If this continued, he would definitely lose. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was such a huge flaw in his ability to kill one person with one strike. Of course, when he fought against the will of the world back then, he had killed one with one strike. However, the will of the world that died was completely dead. Now, he was also killing one with one strike, but the one that died was his avatar. I'm not fighting anymore. Thinking of this, Lan Xian shouted gloomily. If you persist for a little longer, you won't just be defeated. You'll be completely dead. Almost at the same time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Lan Xian. He saw that Lin Ling was already standing behind him, and he didn't know if it was his avatar or his real body. However, what scared Lan Xian the most was that this wasn't a matter of whether it was his avatar or his real body, but that he actually couldn't detect Lin Ling's appearance. In fact, when you've exhausted 80% of your divine energy, I can already easily kill you. Your ability to kill one person with one strike won't be able to stop my speed. Lin Ling said again because this was his real body. Most importantly, he had already activated his talent fusion to the second stage. His speed had greatly increased, and his power of divinity had also increased by 2 million. This meant that his total power of divinity had reached 9 million. His original power of divinity was 7 million. And the second stage of the talent fusion had increased by 2 million. This was something he knew when he fought against the underworld god. If he reached the third stage, he estimated that his power of divinity would be 10 million. Coupled with his powerful physical strength, even if there were hundreds of millions of early-stage mid-gods, he would be able to defeat 90% of them. Chapter 46-32. Although part of the reason was that he had not recovered his strength, Lin Ling had not reached the level of a higher deity. 70%. Lin Ling said calmly. TSK TSK. Lan Xian sneered as he stared at Lin Ling as though he was looking at a monster. He had expended so much divine energy, but Lin Ling had only expended 30% of it. With this guy's strength, there would be few who could match him among the early-stage middle deities. Only those with talents above 5th grade might stand a chance. I admit defeat. Lan Xian looked dispirited as he left slowly. He did not even look at the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. He believed that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. Indeed, the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord had nothing to say. He knew that Lan Xian had not held back. He had used all his strength to kill Lin Ling. But because of this, he felt that Lin Ling was even more terrifying. The third middle deity. The gods also felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. Such a middle deity had no reputation among the Dao realm. Today, he would have shocked the world and destroyed the vast wilderness. Bang! Lin Ling shot down from the sky and landed in front of the last cave abode. My lord! This cave abode was where Saint Guy had broken through. The latter had been harassed and could not break through. Now that he saw Lin Ling, he smiled excitedly. Previously, he had been watching the battle outside. When he saw Lin Ling crushing the gods, he was very happy. If not for the fact that he was at the critical moment of breaking through, he would have helped Lin Ling. The fourth. Lin Ling stood in front of the cave abode, holding his sword and looking calmly at the ancient god. The wound on his chest that Lan Xian had stabbed was now emitting a black light and the aura of a Buddhist dragon. It was healing rapidly. Lin Ling's physical body was too strong. He had the undying chaos, the dual dragon talent, and the Vajra Bodhi's protection. Killing one person with one strike was ineffective against Lin Ling. To kill him, Lin Ling, it would take at least 100 strikes. The last person was a divine bird with black feathers. She was 2 meters tall and looked very fierce. At this moment, she stopped attacking the cave abode and looked calmly at Lin Ling. She looked like a human, but she was actually a bird. However, Lin Ling guessed that she was an ancient species. Thunder Lord Lin Ling, I reckon that you don't only have grim demons' inheritance. You should have other inheritances. As for what they are, I'm not interested in knowing. However, I didn't expect such an expert to come to the Dao realm. The black bird had a demonic nature and its eyes were pitch black. It could make people feel as if they had fallen into a demonic hell. The aura on her body was very ancient. Her talent level was probably not low. Lin Ling looked at her calmly without saying a word. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you will die if you go on a killing spree here. Why don't you submit to the ancestral bird clan? Our immortal ancestor can plead on your behalf and ask Emperor Yao not to kill you. Although your strength is not bad, there are many people in the Dao realm who are stronger than you. The black bird spat out human words, its voice sharp. I don't need you to worry about me. Are you going to scram now? You still have to continue messing up the cave abode. If you do, you can only die. Lin Ling said coldly. Ha ha ha, ignorant brat, I'm giving you a chance. You should know that if you offend Emperor Yao, your hometown will die, and your entire race will die. Not to mention your friends, even after thousands of generations, everyone related to you will die. The dignity of the 5 emperors is inviolable. Blackbird shrieked. The blackbird laughed loudly. The universe's great Tao has always been rolling forward. Any prodigy who awakens, as long as they are not the final child of the great Tao, will die without a doubt unless they suppress their drive. I've seen many in this life and my previous life. In the ancient times, there were countless prodigies like you who appeared out of nowhere. There are as many divine sons as there are hairs on a cow, but in the end, they were either suppressed or summoned to surrender. Now, you are going to follow in their footsteps, so you should just submit to the ancestral bird clan. The black bird said disdainfully. The ancestral bird clan was one of the oldest bird clans in the universe. They were very ancient and had seen many ancient gods. No one dared to disrespect them. Blabber blabber. Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. This black bird wanted him to submit? Dream on. He, Lin Ling, had only come here to lie low for a while. He wasn't here to join Emperor Yao. Shameless boasting. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Lan Xian. My origin is stronger than Lan Xian's. It's just that under normal circumstances, Lan Xian is not worth my full strength. The black bird saw that Lin Ling was still stubborn. She was also angry. Cut the crap. Lin Ling was even angrier. He stopped talking nonsense with the black bird and slashed out with his sword. You're courting death. The black bird's body turned into darkness. With a flick of her feathers, countless feathers shot out. Each feather carried a powerful divine force. There were more than 8 million of them. And if one looked carefully, there was blood at the end of these feathers. The seemingly ordinary blood was actually the most ancient blood, mixed with supreme power. It was obvious that this was her innate bloodline. This was the most ancient inherited bloodline. If her realm was not too low and could not use it, she would have easily killed Lin Ling by now. Third stage. Lin Ling's body shook. The gray-robed Lin Ling appeared, merged with the killing steps, and slashed out with 10 million divine force. Whoosh! Those terrifying feathers were actually cut off by Lin Ling's sword. They could not get close to him at all. Instead, they fell to the ground. The surrounding mountains were all corroded. 10 million divine force. The black bird clearly did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength in such a short time. She did not have time to resist and was immediately cut off by Lin Ling's sword. One of her wings was broken, and she was in a sorry state like a drowned rat. The gods also did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his strength. It was like stepping on the desolate land and punching the universe. You dare to hurt me? The black bird flew up, scattering countless feathers. She let out a sharp cry, no longer as mighty as before. All of a sudden, one of the feathers on her head began to burn. A powerful force suddenly appeared, causing a vortex to appear in the void. The entire desolate land seemed to be spinning. Her claws viciously grabbed at Lin Ling on the ground. Primogenitor's claw. The void cracked, and there was a rumbling sound. The gods in the mountains were shocked, and they all retreated. They sensed that an ancient force was suppressing them. They would be in great danger if they got close. The primogenitor bird is burning her bloodline. This bloodline is left behind from ancient times. Once it burns, she will definitely be severely injured. This means that she must kill Lin Ling. Only a few gods were unharmed, but their faces were extremely serious. Although they were now stronger than the primogenitor bird's bloodline was even more ancient. In the future, it would definitely surpass them. Chapter 46-33. Caw. When the claw reached him, Lin Ling felt the world around him disappear. Only a pair of bird claws could reach him with the power to shatter heaven and earth. Most importantly, there was an earth-shattering cry coming from the bird claws. It was like the cry of a rooster calling out to the first ray of sunlight in the universe. Buzz. Buzz. Lin Ling felt a sharp pain in his head. Then, blood flowed out. It was as if his soul had been severely injured. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling felt the top of his head cracking. His bones were making cracking sounds. Not good. Lin Ling endured the pain and continued to stare at the ancestor bird's fatal attack. However, he could no longer see the claw. This was even more dangerous. This Archaeopteryx must be one of the strongest early-stage mid-gods in the 10% of gods. Lin Ling has been tricked. Demon bird world burning, ancestor bird's claw. Even a mid-stage mid-god wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yes, the power of Ignite is not any weaker than the steps of gods. All the gods looked at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling was motionless, they immediately knew that Lin Ling was doomed. Dong! However, at this moment, the sound of a bell came from Lin Ling's broken skull. It was the sound of Buddha, and it temporarily blocked out the ancestor bird's cry. Behind Lin Ling, a Vajra appeared. This was the Vajra Bodhi. This Vajra held a string of Bodhi in its hand. It looked as if it was going to vanquish demons and demons. It glared at the world. With this Vajra Bodhi, Lin Ling regained his consciousness for a short period of time. Steps of wisdom. Lin Ling grasped the time. Endless light rushed out of his mind and suppressed it. Then, he rushed up and pounced on the ancestor bird. How is this possible? The gods were shocked when they saw Lin Ling, who seemed to have come back from the dead. It was a situation of certain death. Lin Ling could actually turn the situation around? Impossible. In the sky, the progenitor bird's eyes were dim and lifeless. She had not expected such a result. Now that Lin Ling had sealed the steps of wisdom, she found that her bloodline power was much weaker, and much of her life essence had been sealed. Her sharp claws became illusory at this moment as they were cut apart by Lin Ling's sword. I lost. She made a sound of pain. This was because the ignition of her bloodline was her strongest trump card. Even in a life and death situation, she would not use it. Every time she ignited her bloodline, she would be injured and her future potential would be weakened. However, she didn't expect that even burning her bloodline wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Now, even without Lin Ling making a move, she was probably too weak to continue fighting. Die, Birdman! Lin Ling descended from the sky. Holding the sword with both hands, he viciously slashed down. However, at the critical moment, the five-colored light protected the black bird and brought her away from the Dao realm. Although it had escaped a calamity, the black bird's eyes were still dispirited and filled with anger. The source of my bloodline is getting smaller and smaller. She clearly knew that she had suffered a great loss. If she had known this would happen, she would rather have been taken away by the Dao realm than use that forbidden technique. The fourth one. Seeing the black bird being taken away, Lin Ling also floated in the sky, looking down at the desolate land and the gods. The fourth one. The gods and the mountains were all silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would be able to defeat a powerful intermediate god under Emperor Yao with his own strength. This Lin Ling was really too scary. If he was in the Dao realm, no ancient mountain would be able to stop him. No newly risen son of God would be more dazzling than him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lin Ling hurriedly rushed towards the white tiger supervising armament Divine Lord at full speed. Now that the people who had been harassing the cave abode had been dealt with, as long as he captured the white tiger overseer Divine Lord, the other gods wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you? Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and his attacks were swift. It was only after Lin Ling disappeared that the gods noticed. You're courting death. These gods were all mid-stage mid-gods. However, they were clearly too slow. This was because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of the white tiger overseer Divine Lord. Lin Ling, what are you doing? The white tiger overseer Divine Lord was terrified. Bang! Lin Ling punched the white tiger overseer Divine Lord's stomach, destroying his dantian, and then stepped on him. Barf! The white tiger overseer Divine Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, as if he had suffered the greatest pain in his life. Whoever dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for stomping them to death. After dealing with the white tiger overseer Divine Lord, Lin Ling also looked at the endless mountains domineeringly. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. At this moment, a late-stage intermediate god said coldly, Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're making one mistake after another. Why don't you release the white tiger overseer Divine Lord now? Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if Emperor Yao is angered. Ha ha ha, if I release him, will you let me go? Lin Ling laughed arrogantly. When he attacked, he knew that things would not be so simple. But now, he had done it even if he did not want to. Who cares? As long as Grandpa Treasure God and the others did not come out of seclusion, Lin Ling did not intend to leave. My lord. At this moment, in the cave, the young Qilin had reached the end of its breakthrough. Sensing the changes outside, its huge Qilin head began to cry. Their lord did not hesitate to fight against Emperor Yao and the other gods in order to protect them. This was their lord. Let him go, and I'll put in a good word for you in front of Emperor Yao, and I'll spare your life. The earth shook, and then a burly god appeared and said sternly to Lin Ling, bullshit. Lin Ling laughed. Release the white tiger supervising divine monarch? That would make him die even faster. Damn it, everyone, destroy the cave. Let's see how arrogant this Lin Ling is. A lady suddenly suggested. Her words were vicious, and it could be said that she had caught Lin Ling's weak spot. How dare you? Lin Ling shouted, and flames of anger appeared in his eyes. His purpose was to protect Grandpa Treasure God and the others, so how could he let them be affected? Then why are you still not letting him go? Let him go immediately, kneel down, and destroy your own divine origin. Then, we'll agree to let you go. That lady smiled sinisterly. She was wearing a white dress and had a beauty that could topple cities, but who would have thought that she was so vicious? Goddess Tian-Si. Duo Wentian and the others stared at that lady and secretly gritted their teeth. However, that lady had the strength of a mid-stage middle deity, so they did not dare to speak. Let him go or not, I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. Another old man spoke. He wore an 8-trigram Daoist robe and sat on a donkey. He looked benevolent, but his voice was cold. 1. 2. All the gods stared at Lin Ling and began to count, wanting to force Lin Ling into a corner. 3. The final cold voice finally sounded. The time left for Lin Ling to consider was over. In fact, Lin Ling did not even have time to consider. Die. Lin Ling was enraged, and like a divine monarch, he exerted force with his feet. With a boom, the bones of the white tiger supervising divine monarch exploded, and his flesh turned into meat paste. However, at the critical moment, the Tao realm took him away, and he died once. Chapter 46-34. To Lin Ling, even if he released the white tiger overseer divine lord, these gods would still not let him go. Therefore, he might as well kill him. At most, he would just break up. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? In the entire Endless Mountains, all the gods were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy choice. Lin Ling actually chose to kill the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. Without the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord as a hostage, how was Lin Ling going to face all the gods of Emperor Yao? Where did this brat get his courage from? He was really a fierce dragon crossing the river. You're courting death by killing him in front of us. You're not putting Emperor Yao in your eyes. What are your intentions? Before you came, our eastern barbarian mountain was peaceful. Now that you're here, everyone is panicking. Seeing Lin Ling kill without hesitation, the white-clothed goddess shouted. I don't intend to provoke Emperor Yao. I'm only here as a guest. Moreover, I didn't come empty-handed. I've already told you how to exchange the ancient beasts in the river for the Tao realm fragment. I don't owe Emperor Yao anything. Now that the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord forced me, don't blame me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He had never seen Emperor Yao and did not know what kind of person he was. Therefore, he did not want to provoke him. You still dare to talk nonsense. However, the gods did not listen to Lin Ling at all. This person has no respect for his elders. He should be suppressed. An old man floated up, his whole body emitting golden light. He was incomparably majestic. These people were all reincarnated gods and were already familiar with each other. However, they did not know Lin Ling, and he killed the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord in front of them. How could they not be angry? Die here. The ancient gods attacked, and there were 3 of them. Each of them used their divine abilities, talents, and divine power. They were all incomparably terrifying. This attack was like an inescapable net that sealed off all paths of survival for Lin Ling. Moreover, they showed no mercy and did not intend to leave Lin Ling alive. Don't blame me if you want me dead. Lin Ling's face turned cold as he erupted with full speed. Now that he was at the 3rd stage, his speed had reached 2 million world speed. One had to know that no matter what god it was, unless they were gifted with speed, their speed would always be the slowest to improve. Before Lin Ling broke through, his basic speed was 1 million worlds per second. After breaking through, his speed increased by 500,000 worlds per second. This was also due to his 7 great dantians. If it were another god, their speed would only increase by 100,000 worlds per second. As for the fusion talent, it had increased by another 500,000 points. Coupled with the Quafu Sun chasing boots, his speed had reached the speed of 3,500,000 worlds, surpassing most early-stage mid-gods. Even many mid-stage mid-gods were unable to catch up to him. There was a burst of turbulence in the air as a sword ferociously slashed out with surging killing intent. The 5-colored light flickered, and one of the ancient great gods who attacked widened his eyes. Then, he was taken away by the 5-colored light. Bo Bo Jie Di. The other 2 ancient gods roared in anger. In the blink of an eye, one of them had died. Don't blame me for being merciless when you attack me. However, they cared about others and forgot about themselves. Another sword slashed out, the power of 10 million strands of divinity gushing out. Swoosh! Another person was killed, and the 5-colored light shone as he was taken away by the Tao realm. Die! Finally, one of the ancient great gods roared, and his endless long hair turned into an awl that stabbed towards Lin Ling. Puchi! That awl contained 4 million strands of divinity, and it was extremely powerful. It instantly pierced through Lin Ling's body. Dead? That ancient great god immediately frowned. Impossible, Penglai Tree God, be careful, he was not taken away by the Tao realm. But soon, someone shouted to remind them. The Penglai Tree God was one of the gods in charge of the Penglai Island in the deity realm. And that voice also reminded the Penglai Tree God because Lin Ling had not been in the Tao realm for long. He definitely had 3 chances to be protected by the Tao realm, but now, he had not appeared even once. It's an afterimage. The Penglai Tree God immediately reacted and turned around, only to see a surging sea of blood surging over. No! The Penglai Tree God roared, but unfortunately, it was too late. The indestructible power of divinity destroyed him, and his divine blood spilled on the ground, emitting hot smoke. Dead. This was true death. That was because the Penglai Tree God no longer had the protection of the Tao realm. He actually dared to kill our people. Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling kill 3 people in an instant, the gods of the mountain were enraged, and they all attacked. Rumble. The entire mountain seemed to have been destroyed, and the rolling river in the distance continued to evaporate. Lei Gong Lin Ling, is he trying to kill the heavens? At this point, Duo Wentian and the others did not dare to help, because killing in Emperor Yao's territory was equivalent to challenging the ancient great gods. Among the current Tao realm experts, the only ones who dared to challenge Emperor Yao were the other 4 emperors. Duo Wentian watched as Lin Ling fought a bloody battle against a group of deities. Their hearts trembled as well. Kill him, we must kill him. At this time, a sharp voice came. It was the White Tiger Divine Lord. He had returned to the Tao realm again. However, he only had one chance to be protected by the Tao realm. And the reason he dared to come back was because he knew Lei Gong Lin Ling was in trouble. Rumble. An ancient stone pagoda fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Ling. The power of divinity had reached the level of 20 million. The earth shook violently, and countless people were shocked. The one who attacked was Goddess Tianxi. She looked beautiful, but she did not show any mercy. She was cold-blooded. We, the great gods of the ancient times, had god positions in our bodies back then. As for you, you are nothing. Goddess Tianxi said coldly as she controlled the dancing phoenix sun pagoda to suppress Lin Ling. This pagoda was a wanton treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It had the power to suppress all demons. I didn't expect this person to be so eager to make a move when the world will is still dormant. I think he should be the world will, an old man said. Now, he is suppressed under the pagoda and will be turned into meat paste. The other ancient great god said coldly. They surrounded the stone pagoda as if admiring a masterpiece. Good kill. The white tiger divine lord's eyes were filled with sinister light as he shouted, he still has a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Let's stay here and kill him until he doesn't dare to enter the Dao realm. Then, we'll find out where he came from and kill his universe. The white tiger divine lord was clearly not satisfied. He wanted to kill Lin Ling for thousands of generations. White tiger supervising divine lord, this child must die. Those who are with him must die as well. However, this is the cycle of karma. There is no need to kill everyone in the void of the universe where he resides. We are ultimately gods of the righteous path, not demons. Chapter 46-35. Alright, he should have used the Dao realm to escape. Goddess Tianxi, unlock the stone pagoda. Another ancient great god said. Goddess Tianxi nodded and lifted the stone pagoda with a wave of her right hand. An ancient rune appeared under the stone pagoda. The rune had the power to suppress everything, but after the stone pagoda was lifted, the rune gradually dimmed. Looking at the ground, it was now covered in scarlet blood. Broken bones were scattered all over the ground. It was a tragic sight. These were Lin Ling's blood and bones. Ha ha ha. Seeing the blood, the white tiger divine lord couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oh no, Lin Ling isn't dead yet. Goddess Tianxi, quickly suppress him. Suddenly, an old monk moved his fingers slightly as if he had calculated something and shouted in shock. Pop! 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 Almost at the same time, the blood and broken bones on the ground began to merge, turning into a bloodied man with messy hair. The tyrant Song sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When the man lifted it, it shot out as if it had escaped from prison. He was Lei Gong Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, you bunch of hypocritical gods. You want to kill me? You're too naive. A demonic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He left flaming footprints in the sky at an extremely fast speed. This was the Quafu's son chasing boots. White Tiger Divine Lord. Billowing killing intent locked onto the White Tiger Divine Lord, causing the latter's eyes to widen. He dared to come back this time because he was confident that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to touch him anymore. The previous incident was an accident. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling, who had been suppressed by the gods, was still alive. Swoosh! A sword slashed over, and the five-colored light wrapped around the White Tiger Divine Lord and brought him out of the Dao realm. At this point, he no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. If he encountered a life-and-death crisis in the future, he would definitely die. One had to know that many gods in the Dao realm didn't dare to waste the protection opportunity because unless you didn't want to enter the Dao realm, 3 protection opportunities would never be enough. Now, the White Tiger Divine Lord hadn't gone far from the Dao realm, but he no longer had the protection of the Dao realm. This undoubtedly suppressed his growth. Lei Gong Lin Ling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch was taken away. His eyes were bloodshot. He hated it. He couldn't accept it. Kill me? This is the price. Blood continuously dripped from Lin Ling's body. It was as if he had turned into a demon. A terrifying killing intent surged out from him, covering the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a slaughtering demon from the age of gods. Since Emperor Yao's people didn't give him face, why should he show mercy? Die! He pounced over, charging towards those lesser deities on the mountain. Lei Gong Lin Ling had completely gone mad. Although these lesser deities hadn't made a move previously, it didn't mean that it had nothing to do with them. This was because when the deities were attacking Lin Ling, they were also in high spirits and fanning the flames. Lei Gong Lin Ling, how dare you start a massacre? Seeing Lin Ling attack the weak, all the deities were enraged. Killing intent surged, causing the void to tremble. How could a demigod possibly resist Lin Ling? All of them were killed, so much so that even their souls were trembling. All of them were taken away by the five-colored radiance, dying without knowing why. There were even a few people who died directly. Even the lesser deities were seething with anger at this moment. They actually used all their means to nail Lin Ling to death, leaving him forever in the realm of Dao, never to be resurrected again. All kinds of means erupted, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was like the battle of the deities against the will of the world in the past. However, Lin Ling's speed was fully unleashed, and the power of the Quafu sun chasing boots was unleashed. Although they were hit repeatedly, their bones were broken, and blood was spurting out, but they weren't fatal. Most of the attacks were dodged by Lin Ling. Die! After killing all the lesser deities, Lin Ling attacked the mid-level deities, sending them back to their homes. I hate this. The early-level mid-level deities fell one after another, and their eyes were red with hatred. They didn't expect that with so many great deities attacking Lin Ling, they would actually die. What a cunning brat, using his speed to escape from our attacks. Goddess Tianxi's face was ferocious. She controlled the stone pagoda to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's speed was too fast, and she couldn't lock onto Lin Ling. Moreover, if she wasn't careful, she might accidentally injure her own people, so she was afraid of attacking. Let me do it. A man with a human head and a snake body shouted in a low voice. He mumbled something, and his voice was solemn and dignified. This was a Buddhist mantra that could entangle a person for 3 generations and 3 bodies, and no matter how fast one was, they couldn't escape. Boom! However, Lin Ling's Vajra Bodhi light burst out, and all kinds of Bodhi lights bloomed. Together with his soul power, they were immediately reflected back. Pooh! The man was reflected back, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he said, "This brat's soul power is so strong." What? The deities looked down at Lin Ling, who was constantly moving around, and their faces became even more serious. This Lei Gong Lin Ling's foundation was really good. Everyone, don't show mercy. If this continues, more deities will die on our side. Let's use our ultimate skills. An ancient deity said coldly. Okay. The deities all nodded. They activated lightning, heavenly fire, and violent flood to drown the earth. All kinds of power rampaged wildly between heaven and earth, displaying the strength of the ancient deities. Although Lin Ling's speed had reached the limit, there were too many deities attacking him, causing him to be injured continuously. If not for his strong body, he would have been lying on the ground. At this moment, he was like a wolf fighting alone, and he was holding on with his willpower. Every time he held on, he killed a mid-level deity. Although this made the deities hate him even more, at least it gave Grandpa Treasure God and the others time to break through. Obviously, Lin Ling was using himself as bait to attract the deities' attention. Attack those caverns. However, Goddess Tianxi was very insidious. Seeing that she couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, she took advantage of Lin Ling's weakness. Despicable. Lin Ling cursed angrily. You're the despicable one. You killed so many deities, and you're only alive because of your speed. If you have the ability, stop and fight with us. Goddess Tianxi said coldly. She was resentful of Lin Ling's cunning. Unfortunately, in her anger, she didn't realize that with so many mid-level deities attacking together, how could Lin Ling not rely on his speed? If it was her, Goddess Tianxi, she wouldn't even dare to fight. He's going to help. Stop him and let him watch the people in the caverns fail to break through. Goddess Tianxi said again. She stopped chasing Lin Ling and wanted to seal Lin Ling in a place. Shameless person. Although he knew it was a trap, Lin Ling still rushed toward the caverns. Junior, you're not running? Why aren't you running? A deity covered in lightning threw down a divine net, which was full of lightning, and blocked Lin Ling's path. Ha ha ha. Chapter 46-36. Lin Ling did not say a word. His eyes were red, and he only wanted to rush to the cave to help Grandpa Treasure God and the rest. Ha, come, come. Beside the cave, a few ancient gods sneered as they attacked the cave. They also waved at Lin Ling arrogantly. However, in this short distance, countless powerful attacks were unleashed. Lin Ling could not rush over. Charge! However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone mad. His speed exploded, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. Obviously, his body had reached its limit. However, at this moment, the Quafu sun chasing boots on his feet suddenly burst out with the light of the sun, increasing his speed by 3 million worlds. He finally reached the power of the second stage. This time, Lin Ling's speed reached 500 worlds speed. The void trembled, and Lin Ling disappeared and appeared in front of the cave. All the gods were shocked. He was too fast. With this speed, no one could catch up with him. So scary. With so many ancient gods attacking, he is still not dead. Instead, more than 100 ancient gods have died in his hands. Not only that, including those lower gods, there are probably hundreds. Amazing. Duo Wentian and the rest stared into the distance, and their faces were extremely solemn. Lin Ling was too domineering. He was simply going to shake the world. Not good, Lin Ling is here. The gods who were attacking the cave abode were now panicking. Bang! However, a big hand suddenly grabbed a god's face. With a burst of power, that god's head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Ling had arrived. This god no longer had the protection of the Dao realm, and was completely dead. God's blood dripped down Lin Ling's hand, but it was absorbed by the tyrannical Song sword. In front of the cave, those gods saw Lin Ling killing people, and all of them trembled. They wanted to run, but they did not dare to. They could only stare at Lin Ling. An illusory wave came, and suddenly, the Lin Ling in their eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a bloody light in front of him. Another god had fallen. Next, the second one, the third one. In a short period of time, all the deities in front of the cave had fallen, and they hated Lin Ling to the bone. Got you, Great Lion Divine Seal. After Lin Ling killed everyone, a golden lion rushed down from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast, and after locking onto Lin Ling, it suppressed Lin Ling. A mid-stage mid-god seized the opportunity to attack. Rumble. Right now, Lin Ling could no longer dodge. He could only raise his hands to the sky in an attempt to block the handprint. However, just as the handprint touched him, Lin Ling's body emitted an explosive sound, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for so long, he had already reached his limit. The divine essence in his body was also mostly exhausted. How could he still block it? Still not dead? This time, all the deities laughed. Get out of my way. However, at that moment, the water of the heavenly river surged over and crashed into the lion seal, washing it away. A woman appeared beside Lin Ling, and at the same time, she stroked Lin Ling. It was pure Maiden Bai. Clearly, she was the first god to break through and successfully break through. Mid-stage mid-god. Many gods stared at pure Maiden Bai, and their eyes narrowed. What they did not know was that pure Maiden Bai had sealed herself in the broken realm divine land for many years and had long reached the limit of breaking through. After coming to the Dao realm, she exchanged for a large number of treasures and naturally broke through. Pure Maiden Bai, this has nothing to do with you. Someone who knew pure Maiden Bai said coldly. Hee, a bunch of treacherous people. Pure Maiden Bai checked Lin Ling's injuries. Seeing that Lin Ling was seriously injured and the ground was dyed red with blood, endless coldness rose in her heart. She had already seen through today's matter, and she knew who was right and who was wrong. You want to go against Emperor Yao? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't bother with him. At most, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Emperor Yao and let you become his tomb. Goddess Tianxi said. Emperor Yao, how great is that? Let me tell you, my lord is Lei Gong Lin Ling. Pure Maiden Bai snorted coldly, not giving face at all. Before this, it was Lin Ling who was protecting them, and the White Tiger Divine Lord only wanted to disturb them. If it was not for Lin Ling, they would have failed long ago. Now that she had successfully broken through, Emperor Yao extended an invitation to her. How laughable, did these people have any shame? Let me tell you, I am Lei Gong Lin Ling's servant. If you dare touch him, you will all be my enemies. Pure Maiden Bai had followed Lin Ling in the beginning because of her father, but now, she wanted to follow Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart. Ignorant. The gods sneered coldly. How lowly, you want to die. Then die with Lei Gong Lin Ling. Goddess Tianxi snorted coldly and attacked. Seeing this, the gods showed no mercy. Now that they were fighting fiercely with Lin Ling, neither side would compromise. If Lin Ling did not die, they would not be happy. My lord, how are you? Can you still walk? Pure Maiden Bai gritted her teeth, but she immediately looked at Lin Ling and asked. Although she had entered the mid-stage of the mid-god realm and her strength had increased greatly, the enemy still outnumbered her. Moreover, she had to protect Lin Ling and could not leave. However, Lin Ling's face was pale, and he did not say a word. It was obvious that Lin Ling was so weak that he could not speak. Trash. The gods were even more delighted when they saw Lin Ling's state. Rumble. All kinds of earth-shattering attacks came, trying to kill Lin Ling and Pure Maiden Bai. Pure Maiden Bai wanted to dodge, but she was powerless. In the end, she could only close her eyes. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had protected her. Now, let her protect Lord Lin Ling. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out, but the terrifying attacks did not arrive. Pure Maiden Bai suddenly opened her eyes. Only then did she realize that above her head, a huge divine bell was floating, emitting endless majesty. Rumble. Next, a cave not far away exploded. Amidst the rolling rocks, a man walked out step by step with endless cold-killing intent. It was Saint Guyi. How dare you touch my lord? Die. Saint Guyi's voice was not loud, but it was soul-crushing. Donghuang Bell. The gods' faces changed drastically as they recognized the terrifying ancient bell. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the other two abodes exploded as well. Two mid-level gods walked out, and their faces were filled with rage and killing intent. It was Nanwu Fengyu and Qilin. My lord. After successfully breaking through, they immediately looked at Lin Ling, but when they saw that Lin Ling was heavily injured, they clenched their fists. The tomb of Emperor Yao was too vicious. Successor of the Donghuang clan, you have to interfere in this matter. This was the first time the gods knew of Saint Guyi's origin, but they had all heard of the Donghuang clan and were wary of this ancient clan. Enough nonsense. My lord's life is my life. Chapter 46-37. There's no need for that. I can still fight. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes opened, and a ferocious aura bloomed in his eyes. He was like an ancient beast that had just woken up from its slumber. Previously, he seemed to be heavily injured, but in reality, he was recovering. His body was strong, and even in a short period of time, Lin Ling had recovered a portion of his strength. He was no longer a sitting duck. My lord. Seeing that Lin Ling had woken up, Saint Guyi and the others were overjoyed. Lin Ling pushed White Water Goddess away and held his sword again. If you want to kill me, come at me. Hall Lei Gong, I'm not afraid of any gods. A murderous aura erupted from his body. Even if he had to risk his life, he would kill to his heart's content. Kill. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Guyi and the others looked at the gods with murderous intent. Previously, Lord Lin Ling had been fighting the gods alone. Now that they had joined in, the overall battle strength had increased greatly. Dong Huang, open the heavenly gate. Saint Guyi was the first to make a move. With a slight movement of his hands, he controlled the Dong Huang bell and suppressed it. Crackle, crackle. In the sky, an ancient divine gate opened, and an ancient gust of wind blew out. It was incomparably domineering. The Dong Huang bell was one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts in the universe. Whether it was during the Pantheon era or the Primordial era, it was the strongest divine artifact. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and countless gods were taken away by the Dao realm. The entire mountain was in chaos. Apart from late-stage mid-gods, no one could withstand the might of the Dong Huang bell. Die! Saint Guyi's body trembled. Clearly, he was pushing the Dong Huang bell to its limit. With his current strength, he could only use it once. The huge ancient bell floated in the sky, and the sound of the bell seemed to spread to all the nearby mountains. Countless gods came out from their caves and looked at the sky in the distance. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There, a huge ancient bell was pressing down. The bell was so big that it sealed countless mountains. Countless runes bloomed, and it was as if the Dong Huang Tai had arrived. Looking inside the bell, the gust of wind blew, and the strongest attack was wreaking havoc on the gods. No! The gods were all panicking. A moment ago, they could still control Lei Gong Lin Ling's life, but now, their lives were being controlled by someone else. Their despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless actions had all met their retribution at this moment. Their high and mighty faces from before had now turned into faces of panic and begging for mercy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of light appeared as the Dao realm continued to take the gods away. Some of the gods who no longer had the protection of the Dao realm had completely lost all hope at this moment. This was because they were about to truly die and disappear into the void of the universe. They also regretted it, extremely regretful. And this was the power that the Eastern Emperor Bell had yet to suppress. When it heavily pressed down, the void trembled. Space and time were all shattered. The tyrannical power turned the endless mountains into dust. The river in the distance also disappeared in the passage of time. It could be said that the people were in a terrible situation. This was the most terrifying battle between ancient gods. And this suppression killed countless ancient great gods. Those who were still alive were severely injured and retreated while coughing up blood. Quickly inform Emperor Yao. Their clothes were tattered, and they were in an extremely sorry state. They were constantly shouting, "Kill!" But at this moment, Lin Ling brought Bai Shui and Su Nu over to kill them. Lei Gong Lin Ling, what are you doing? Goddess Tian Si was severely injured, and the tyrannical power of the Eastern Emperor Bell was wreaking havoc in her body, causing her strength to increase greatly. Now she saw that Lin Ling was the first to pounce on her. Bitch, I'm going to send you back to your hometown. Lin Ling, whose eyes widened like the wrath of a mad god. How dare you? Goddess Tianxi gritted her teeth and shouted. If it weren't for the Eastern Emperor Bell, how could a mere Lin Ling kill her? Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and ruthlessly struck down with his palm. It was as if the great god Pangu was splitting the heaven and earth apart, using the most tyrannical method to send Goddess Tianxi back to her hometown. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I won't let you go. Goddess Tianxi's eyes were filled with a ferocious light. The stronger the god, the more they valued the protection of the Dao realm. Unless it was a critical moment, no one would want to waste it. But now, a mere lesser god had actually made her waste one of her lives. She remembered the Battle of Divine Bone Mountain, where she fought the gods with Emperor Yao, but she survived. She remembered the Battle of the Dao Tower, where she fought the gods for 3 months in the Dao Tower, and she also survived. But in her own territory, she died. Die, bitch! Lin Ling's palm cut through Goddess Tianxi's arm like cutting vegetables, and it fell to the ground. But immediately, the light of the Dao realm appeared and took Goddess Tianxi away. Protected by the light of the Dao realm, Goddess Tianxi floated further and further away. She stared at the white arm on the ground, her eyes full of hatred. Goddess Tianxi is also dead, and the gods have fallen. This is the most terrifying battle of gods I've ever seen. Far away, Duo Wentian and the others muttered to themselves. They all knew that Lin Ling and Lei Gong had made a name for themselves in the Dao realm. This also showed the decisiveness and strength of the Thunder God Great Hall. Chaos, chaos, the Dao of the universe is collapsing. Those late-stage mid-god experts gritted their teeth. There weren't many experts of this level in the mountains, and they didn't make a move at first. But they didn't expect things to turn out like this. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A large number of gods came from afar, like giants galloping in the sky, and the void rippled with their steps. They seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of everyone, and a ferocious aura pressed down on the ground. The one in the lead was a burly man with long hair. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of beast pants, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. Emperor Yao. Everyone looked at the man, and their faces changed. They didn't expect that the battle here would attract Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao, as one of the 5 oldest emperors of humanity, was famous in the ancient times. After reincarnating, he once again led the gods, so no one dared to disrespect him in the Dao realm. He also had a large territory with countless divine mountains. He didn't expect that under his tomb, there would be such a great battle. A great battle actually broke out on a divine mountain. Emperor Yao. Everyone bowed. Eastern Emperor Bell. Emperor Yao had a thick beard, and his eyes were like torches, looking at the ground, but most of them were staring at the ancient Eastern Emperor Bell. My disciple is dead, who killed him? Behind him was a large number of ancient gods, and among them, a thin old man shouted. His body was emitting a strong murderous aura. Chapter 46-38. It's me, Lei Gong Lin Ling. At that moment, on the ground, a figure covered in blood stopped and looked up at the sky. There was no fear in his eyes. He was Lin Ling. When he decided to attack, he knew that this moment would come. You killed so many of my gods? Emperor Yao looked at Lin Ling coldly. His eyes were full of majesty. He didn't expect that the person who dared to cause trouble in his territory was a god that he had never seen before. They wanted to kill me, so I naturally resisted. Lin Ling stared at Emperor Yao and said calmly. However, he could sense Emperor Yao's terrifying aura. It was as though a single breath from Emperor Yao would be enough to shatter Lin Ling's bones. From Emperor Yao's eyes, Lin Ling could see an eternity. Their gazes clashed in mid-air. It seemed invisible, but it caused the void to tremble. Kill. After a while, Emperor Yao said coldly. He didn't have time to listen to Lin Ling's explanation. In his opinion, a small god dared to attack him in his territory. So what if he didn't die? The only thing he cared about was the kid with the Donghuang bell. He didn't dare to kill this person. Emperor Yao, we can't kill this person yet. However, I will seal him so that he can't escape. The white tiger god gritted his teeth and said. He knew that if he killed Lin Ling would leave the Dao realm. Therefore, if he sealed Lin Ling, he could make Lin Ling suffer endless torment and never leave his palm. Emperor Yao, one of the 5 emperors, the leader of the ancient tribes. I thought that since you can lead thousands of gods, you would be fair and just. But today, I see that you don't live up to your reputation. On the ground, Lin Ling laughed and mocked. Facing Emperor Yao, the strongest ancient leader, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was now the master of Lei Gong Hall and also a leader. Although he couldn't compare to Emperor Yao, he was still a leader. How could he be weak? Shameless boasting. Seeing that Lin Ling still dared to speak such arrogant words, all the deities were enraged. However, Emperor Yao's expression didn't change. He didn't say anything, nor did he refute. He stared at Lin Ling with a calm gaze that was filled with disdain. Emperor Yao, one of the 5 emperors of the prehistoric era. At that time, when humans were just beginning to gain intelligence, he was the one who cultivated water, cultivated farmland, created laws, and led humans to prosperity. He was also the first to step onto the path of cultivation, leading all living beings to surpass their limits and pursue the origin of the universe. How could such an ancient figure be angered by Lin Ling's angry words? His heart didn't even have the slightest ripple. Emperor Yao pondered for a moment and said, "The others are nothing but dust. Don't touch that brat from the Donghuang clan. Damn it." Hearing that, Qilin, White Water, and Pure Maiden all gritted their teeth. In Emperor Yao's eyes, were they really that unbearable? Was he really such trash? They came from the void of the 9 states and were the first deities of the void. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Brat, you dared to kill my disciple. I'm going to imprison you in the White Tiger prison. You won't be able to leave for the rest of your life. You want to cultivate? Ha ha ha, you can only become a cripple in my prison. At that moment, the White Tiger god pounced down, sprinkling endless light. It was extremely powerful. Lin Ling's expression changed. Now, he only had one way out, and that was to leave the Tao realm. However, he soon realized that a powerful force had quietly appeared around him. It was like the laws of the universe, firmly sealing him within. This was a prison formed by the void. Most importantly, the White Tiger god's attack seemed to have the power to transcend the void and create its own. It was indeed very powerful. No wonder Duo Wentian and the others didn't dare to provoke the White Tiger Overseer Divine Lord. Emperor Yao, how about giving me some face? However, at that moment, the rolling red clouds arrived and drowned the void prison. The void prison that sealed everything suddenly disappeared around Lin Ling, as if it had been brought to another dimension. In front of Lin Ling, an old man appeared and looked at the White Tiger god indifferently. Ancestor Red Cloud, how dare you ruin my plans? The White Tiger god was enraged. He slapped down with his palm, and an endless amount of golden chi turned into divine power and blasted down. This palm was so powerful that even Shengyi's Donghuang bell might not be able to block it. Get lost, this is between me and Emperor Yao. However, Ancestor Red Cloud shouted. He stretched out his right hand and drew a circle in front of him, then slapped out. Rumble. When the two palms collided, the endless great barren ancient mountains exploded. Then, they floated up like floating mountains. Around Lin Ling, the ground continued to tremble. Grass and gravel continued to float up, as if the entire space was trembling. The two figures seemed to be standing in the river of time. Their palms were pressed together, and a thick blood chi rolled out from their bodies, giving people the impression that they were giants. Such powerful strength. Lin Ling and the White Water Pure Lady squinted their eyes, shocked by the strength of these ancient giant gods. They could feel that these ancient giant gods had the power to split the heavens and earth. They could be said to be omnipotent. Ancestor Red Cloud. The White Tiger God fought against Ancestor Red Cloud, but he couldn't defeat him. He was furious. In Emperor Yao's tomb, Ancestor Red Cloud was the most difficult to deal with due to his eccentric personality. Previously, he almost killed his disciple. Therefore, the White Tiger God didn't want to provoke him unless it was a big deal. However, this time, he didn't provoke Ancestor Red Cloud, but this person took the initiative to provoke him. Ancestor Red Cloud continued to ignore the White Tiger God. He looked at Emperor Yao and said, "I will represent Emperor Yao in the War of the North." Obviously, this was the bargaining chip he used to negotiate with Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao would only allow him to speak if he represented Emperor Yao in the War of the North. He can live. Emperor Yao finally spoke, but he was shocked. He didn't understand why Ancestor Red Cloud would help those people. Ancestor Red Cloud was a loner. For many years, he only had one disciple. Even if someone close to him was in trouble, Ancestor Red Cloud wouldn't care. Unfortunately, only Ancestor Red Cloud knew that Lin Ling was his benefactor. His master, Ancestor Red Cloud, also knew Lin Ling. Damn it! Seeing that Emperor Yao had spoken, the White Tiger God cursed and disappeared on the spot. "I promise you that if they can leave this place safely, my people and I won't do anything." At this moment, Emperor Yao said again, as if it was a promise. Ancestor Red Cloud finally retracted his aura. Emperor Yao's gaze fell on Shengyi. "You can stay. What do you think?" In his eyes, only Shengyi was worthy of his attention. The others were like grass. "He is my lord. Wherever he goes, I will follow," Shengyi said coldly. Chapter 46-39. That's right. If it wasn't for me today, my master would have died. But don't forget that I would have failed to break through without my master. Shengyi's voice was even colder. Emperor Yao frowned, but he couldn't refute him. "Are you really not going to consider staying?" Emperor Yao asked again. "I have no such intention." Shengyi's attitude was resolute. "Alright, you can leave now. As for the few of them, they have killed so many of my deities. They have to pay a price. For them, leave behind a Dao state protection." Emperor Yao's expression didn't change, but his voice was getting colder. "Emperor Yao, you promised to let them go personally." Ancestor Red Cloud panicked. "I did promise to spare their lives. However, they have killed too many deities. I have to give them an answer. Hence, I'll let them leave behind a Dao state protection. This is fair." Emperor Yao said plainly, "Alright, you don't have to say any more. I've made up my mind." Emperor Yao. Ancestor Red Cloud knew how precious a Dao state protection was. Hence, he still wanted to fight for Lin Ling and the rest. Ancestor Red Cloud, there's no need for that. However, at this moment, a sharp voice could be heard. Lin Ling walked out and stood in front of Ancestor Red Cloud. "You're saying that this is fair?" "Emperor Yao, I hope you don't contradict yourself." Lin Ling stared at Emperor Yao and said. "What are you trying to say?" Emperor Yao squinted his eyes. He didn't expect this small deity to be so daring. Not only did he not thank him, he even dared to speak. "This started because of the White Tiger Divine Lord, because I knew how to find the red-furred beast in the river and exchange it for the Dao state fragment. However, I didn't tell him this secret, so he came to find me in private and used forceful methods to force the secret out of me. However, I gave face to Emperor Yao. I defeated him but didn't injure him severely." Lin Ling said plainly. "Nonsense. What kind of secret do you know?" White Tiger Deity said disdainfully. We can testify that Lei Gong Lin Ling did tell us the method to obtain thousands of Dao realm fragments from the cosmic behemoths. At this moment, Duo Wentian and the others spoke up. Their words caused the giant white tiger god's face to freeze, unable to refute. Emperor Yao frowned and didn't say anything. Lin Ling sneered and continued, I injured him to teach him a lesson and give you face, Emperor Yao. But he didn't repent and brought people to kill me. He even disrupted my breakthrough in the tomb. He's gone mad, so I had no choice but to use force to fight back. As for these gods, they're all dead. They knew what was right and wrong, but they didn't speak up. Instead, they worked together with the White Tiger supervising Soldier Divine Lord to kill me. Could it be that I can only be killed and not refute? Lin Ling's voice became louder when he said the last sentence. Emperor Yao's frown deepened. He said plainly, I didn't know about this. But even if I did, the White Tiger supervising Soldier Divine Lord is the reincarnation of a god. His merits are immeasurable, and not something you can compare to. Perhaps this is the difference between your fates. Haha, this is the fairness you speak of? What a joke. I, Lin Ling, brought you the method to find Dao realm fragments, and yet you treat me like this. To be honest, I feel embarrassed for you. Lin Ling laughed again. His words made Emperor Yao's face darken, but he didn't speak, as though he was in the wrong. Ancestor Hong Yun let out a soft sigh. He knew that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended Emperor Yao. After all, such things could be discussed in private. But to reprimand Emperor Yao in front of the gods was to tarnish Emperor Yao's dignity. Even if Lin Ling was right, Emperor Yao would hate Lin Ling because of the ancient emperor's dignity. Can't tell right from wrong, inverting black and white. This is the 5 emperors, ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Ling laughed again, infuriating countless gods. Alright, Yang Qi said. Considering that you've helped the gods in my tomb, you may leave now. I won't accept the protection of the Dao realm. Emperor Yao finally spoke, but his voice was incomparably low. But Lin Ling laughed even louder, and said word by word, no need. I, Lin Ling, don't want to waste food. It's just one protection of the Dao realm. I, Lin Ling, can afford it. As for the secret of the Dao realm fragment, I'll give it to you as a reward. Kill. With that, he stabbed the tyrannical song sword in his hand towards himself. This sword was so decisive, so unyielding. But at the same time, it was like a vicious slap that landed heavily on Emperor Yao's face. His face turned red and he felt incomparably ashamed. Now, Lin Ling didn't owe him anything. Instead, he was giving him a reward, as though he was indebted to Lin Ling for taking care of him. Rays of 5-colored light appeared, protecting Lin Ling as he left the Dao realm. Ha! Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others laughed with endless mockery. They also committed suicide and were taken away by the Dao realm. Emperor Yao, I know you look down on my lord, but I forgot to tell you. Although I'm stronger than him now, I believe that it won't be long before my lord rises to the Dao realm. Just you wait. When it was Saint Guy's turn, he smiled faintly and used the Grand Orient Bell to suppress himself. He was taken away by the Dao realm. One last thing. Perhaps you've made countless contributions to humanity, but in terms of judgment, you're really nothing. They all disappeared in the Dao realm, leaving the entire mountain silent. No one expected that these gods would still be so arrogant. Emperor Yao stood quietly in the sky, his expression unchanged. His eyes flashed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Farewell, Emperor Yao. At this time, 5-colored light condensed, and then Lin Ling appeared again. Previously, he committed suicide and used up a chance at life. But now, he was back. He didn't want to hide in the void of the 9 states. He wanted to leave this place with a swagger. Huh, my lord, we're back. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others appeared. They followed Lin Ling and left the Dao realm with large strides. The entire mountain was looking at these lonely figures. Although their figures were small, they gave people a feeling of awe. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you're really stubborn. Emperor Yao muttered to himself. A cold light flashed in his eyes, then he turned and left. Damn it! The white tiger god stared at Lin Ling and the others' backs. He wanted to kill them, but he didn't dare to. If he did, it would make Emperor Yao go back on his words. Sigh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Duo Wentian and the others sighed. They had invited Lin Ling and the others to be guests and wanted to recommend them to Emperor Yao. But in the end, things turned out this way. Chapter 46-40. Emperor Yao. At this moment, several figures were flying in the sky. The white tiger giant god saluted. Lei Gong Lin Ling isn't worth mentioning, but that kid from the Donghuang clan is very tempting. Emperor Yao looked into the distance, his eyes filled with a domineering aura. Donghuang Tai's successor? The white tiger giant god asked. The current Donghuang Tai is probably in the Chaos Realm, and he can't split up to fight against the strongest world will host. Therefore, he can't take back the Donghuang Bell. Emperor Yao added. Emperor Yao, are you saying that the Donghuang Bell should belong to the 5 emperors? The white tiger giant god was indeed smart, and he immediately guessed Emperor Yao's intention. Sigh, if the Donghuang Bell was in the hands of any of the 5 emperors, it would be able to fight against the world will host. After all, there are many world wills in the Dao realm. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of that kid, and that kid probably won't care about the world will. It's a waste of the Donghuang Tai's mission. Emperor Yao sighed. Emperor Yao, leave this to me. The white tiger giant god smiled. No, if this matter spreads out, the world will laugh at me. Emperor Yao frowned. Emperor Yao, you are the merit emperor, and you have done a lot for humanity. Now that the world will's calamity is coming, for humanity, for the universe, I hope you can put aside your prejudice and fight against the world will. The white tiger giant god advised. Emperor Yao, the Donghuang Bell is only effective if it's with you. The other giant gods also bowed. For the universe, sigh. Emperor Yao looked at the sky and sighed, but he did not say anything and strode away. However, the other gods understood Emperor Yao's intention. It was not convenient for Emperor Yao to do this, so it was up to them to do it. The Donghuang Bell was one of the top 10 Chaos Divine artifacts in the universe. Even if Saint Guy could only use 10% of its power, it was enough to kill anyone. If it fell into Emperor Yao's hands, it would undoubtedly increase his strength greatly. Not just Emperor Yao, even the other 4 emperors would be moved by this Chaos Divine artifact. However, Emperor Yao was ultimately one of the 5 emperors, and he couldn't snatch it away. Therefore, it was for the universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were flying in the sky. Yao, what Emperor Yao? Bullshit. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu spat on the ground and finally saw through this ancient god. I'm most afraid of them settling accounts after the autumn. After all, these ancient great emperors always act one way and act another way. White water pure woman said with a frown. Yao's right. Lin Ling nodded. From what happened before, this Emperor Yao isn't a selfless person, so we have to be careful. But for now, we are safe. Emperor Yao told us to leave, so he won't do anything to us in the short term. But after this matter dies down, he will come back. Who knows, they might secretly attack us. If that's the case, then Emperor Yao is too despicable. To think that our tribe used to kneel down and worship Emperor Yao. I didn't expect him to be so despicable. However, as a great figure, he shouldn't vent his anger on us over such a small matter. Young Lin frowned. After breaking through, he no longer looked like a child. Instead, he looked like an elegant young man. It's hard to say. Emperor Yao's temperament is hard to predict. Moreover, I saw that he was very friendly to Shengyi. Therefore, it's not impossible that Emperor Yao attacked him because of the Eastern Emperor Bel. Anyway, we are the latecomers in the Dao realm, and we don't know anyone. None. Lin Ling looked at them and said. He had been practicing martial arts since young, and he had seen the human heart. Anything was possible for the sake of benefits. Shengyi nodded, then looked at Lin Ling and said, "Then, where are we going now? Let's go back to our island and see how Emperor Zhang Gang and the others are doing. Then, we'll go to the place where Xiaoluan and Longyang died and help them. It's best to find the Kurishin and the others and gather them. In this Dao realm, it's hard to travel alone. Gathering together, we'll be stronger," Lin Ling said. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Okay." Everyone nodded. Knowing that Emperor Yao wouldn't touch them for the time being, they relaxed a lot. Along the way, they flew over endless mountains. Now that they were all mid-gods, they were qualified to travel in the Dao realm. After a long time, an island appeared in the distance. The rolling river surrounded the island. Lin Ling led them down and then communicated with Yu Yu and the others. They found out that many people were walking through the miasma, so they waited quietly in place. There are too many ancient gods in the Dao realm. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. In order to increase my strength, I need more Dao realm fragments. After sitting down cross-legged, Lin Ling was deep in thought. He soon realized that his physical strength had improved after the previous bitter battle. As for the next upgrade, Lin Ling planned to upgrade his talent. This was because, according to Emperor Yao, Lin Ling was now ranked above average among the early-stage mid-gods. There were still 10% of the strongest early-stage mid-gods who were ranked among the upper echelons. And the reason why they could suppress other gods was undoubtedly their talent. Increasing the talent of a divine fetus could increase one's divine energy, physical strength, soul power, divine steps, and so on. Of course, if one had a powerful divine weapon, it could also increase one's combat strength. Lin Ling currently had 2 divine weapons, the tyrannical Song sword and the Quafu Sunchaser boots. Therefore, he planned to increase the talent of his divine fetus first. The place where Xiaoluan and the others died is here. Lin Ling sensed the location and memorized it in his heart. He then planned to enter the square prison. He remembered that ancestor Hong Yun said that old devil Sangui was very familiar with the Dao realm. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to know more about the Dao realm fragments from him. He's out. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others noticed that a figure had appeared in the miasma in the distance. Upon closer inspection, this person was one of the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper, Calamity Star Lord. The strongest low-level deity who had fought with Lin Ling on the island. It's him. Nanwu Fengyu was very surprised. I didn't expect him to be the first to come out after us. That's normal. When he lost to me, I heard that he had already reached the 8th level. Lin Ling said. Should we attack him? The young Qilin licked his lips. Ignore him for now. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to attack because he had a feeling that Yu Yu, Big Brother, Young Yao, Emperor Zhang Gang, and the others could all walk out of the miasma. Chapter 46-41. Huh, I'm out too. At that moment, another excited voice was heard. Upon closer inspection, it was the Maoshan immortal ancestor. That was another god defeated by Lin Ling. Following that, another 7 figures walked out. They were the 7 fairies of the island. After they walked out, they took a deep breath and were extremely happy. I didn't expect you to be faster than us, Star Lord Du Xing. The Maoshan immortal ancestor said to Star Lord Du Xing, hee, that's normal. But now, I'm preparing to break through to lesser deity. Star Lord Du Xing sneered and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Hearing that, the expressions of the Maoshan immortal ancestor, the 7 fairies, and the others changed. They wanted to leave because Star Lord Du Xing was the most despicable. If he broke through, they would be in danger. Recover immediately. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor hurriedly recovered. He wanted to leave immediately, but he knew that it would be even more dangerous for him to wander around in the Tao realm without any strength. Seeing that, the 7 fairies also quickly recovered their strength. In the distance, Lin Ling and the others were sitting cross-legged under a huge ancient tree. They shook their heads when they saw that scene. The Tao realm is even more chaotic than the void of the 9 states. That's right. Everyone is wary of each other, afraid that the other party will attack them. No wonder there are 5 emperors in the Tao realm. Only under the banner of the 5 emperors will the gods not dare to attack. In order to become stronger, even the reincarnated gods from the primordial era have ugly hearts. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others chatted. No, the more powerful the primordial gods are, the greedier they are. That's because they were extremely powerful back then, and they were already used to the pleasure of dominating the lives of others. Now that they have reincarnated and are so weak, how could they be satisfied? Naturally, they would do anything to become stronger. That's what it means to cherish something. At that moment, Lin Ling said with a smile, as for the weaker gods back then, after they reincarnate, they realize that they have a chance to defeat the opponents they couldn't defeat back then. Therefore, they will work even harder. You're right, my lord. Hearing that, Saint Guy immediately nodded. As the saying goes, people's hearts are not what they used to be, and the times create ambitious and ruthless people. Of course, there is an even more important reason. That is because they have experienced the great calamity of the world's will, thus they are even more afraid of death. They all want to preserve their lives before the next great calamity of the world's will arrives. Thus, they all step on the heads of others and constantly rush upwards, attempting to break through the horizon and surpass their limits. Lin Ling continued. In the next great calamity of the world's will, perhaps, we will also die. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Saint Guy and the others sighed. The world will's great calamity had submerged several eras. No deity could stop it, so it could be seen just how terrifying it was. Suddenly, the young Qilin looked at Lin Ling and asked, "My lord, what do you think this world will is? Why can't even the ancient giant gods stop it?" Lin Ling pondered and guessed, Pangu created the heaven and earth, but there was an even stronger god of creation above Pangu. As the saying goes, first there was Hong Jun, then there was heaven. It was the will of the universe, and it was also divided into 2 parts. One was creation, and the other was destruction. Therefore, my guess is that the world will is creation. The other will of the deity. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. No wonder so many ancient giant gods couldn't deal with the world will. It turned out that it really had a great background. Of course, this is just my guess. The real secret is probably only known by the few most ancient giant beasts. Seeing the shocked expressions of the young Qilin and the others, Lin Ling laughed. My lord, you know a lot. Admiration appeared in Saint Guy's eyes. He had been to the primal chaos realm and had seen many things that others had never seen before. However, when it came to the world will, the Donghuang clan was not as familiar as Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. It wasn't that he knew a lot, but it was just a guess. However, when it came to ancient giant beasts, he had seen many of them. While they were chatting, people walked out from the fog barrier in the distance. It was God Emperor Zhang Gang and the others. They looked exhausted, but after seeing the new world, they were incomparably happy. Sakura even roared towards the sky, "Huh, I'm out." "You're out too, Emperor Zhang Gang." Next was young Master Yao. They looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. "It's too early for you to be happy. We came out earlier than you." However, a cold laugh interrupted everyone's excitement. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor had stood up. It turned out that he had finally recovered his strength with the help of the talisman. "It's you, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor." Yu and the others looked around, and their expressions changed instantly. They all knew that Lin Ling had defeated the Mao Shan immortal ancestor, which was why the latter had always held a grudge against Lei Gong. Not long ago on the island, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor did not dare to act recklessly because there were many powerful beings in Lei Gong's palace. They did not expect that the guy would become so arrogant after leaving the island. You must be very weak now. Sorry, I've just recovered my strength. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor smiled coldly as if he had everything under control. Shameless. Yu and the others finally knew why the Mao Shan immortal ancestor was so smug. It was because they had not recovered their strength. I forgot to mention that there's a calamity surrogate here. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor pointed again. Not far away, the calamity surrogate star slowly opened his eyes. He was about to break through, but he saw Yu and the others coming out just as he was about to get into the right state. That made him put his breakthrough on hold for the time being. He had to deal with these people first. You didn't expect this. We've been waiting for you outside, right? The calamity surrogate star stood up with a cold smile on his face. Yu and the others frowned even more. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor was already very scary, and now there was the calamity surrogate star. Both of them had a grudge against Lei Gong's palace. Most importantly, they would not be afraid of those two if it were any other time, but now, they had not recovered their strength at all. They were no match for them. Weren't you very happy before? Why did your face turn so dark when you saw us? The Mao Shan immortal ancestor said with a sinister smile when he saw Yu and the others remain silent. He knew about the grudge between the calamity surrogate star and Lin Ling, so he took the blame. That way, the calamity surrogate star would not do anything to him. This is karma. The great path is a cycle of karma. Lin Ling sowed the seeds, and you reap the fruits of your actions. That star monarch due adversity indeed wanted to make a move against Yu and the others. However, just like his personality, he was despicable and shameless. He clearly wanted to make a move against Yu and the others, but he used the great Tao of karma to find a good excuse for himself. Chapter 46-42. That's right. That's our karma. I'll kill you first as the cause, and then I'll kill you as the effect. Chuckle. It sounded like a chuckle, but it was laced with cold killing intent. That made Star Lord Du Xing and the others turn around, and their pupils instantly trembled. It was Lin Ling. At that moment, Star Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord's hearts trembled. Not far away, the seven fairies also widened their eyes in shock. Lin Ling was one of the top lesser deities on the island. Not long ago, he had defeated Star Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord and walked out of the miasma faster than them. Therefore, how could Star Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord not be afraid when they saw Lin Ling? Haha, so it's Lin Ling. We've become friends after fighting. However, you just walked out of the miasma earlier than me. Now, I'm about to break through from lesser deity to intermediate deity. After all, the miasma reward is quite a lot of Tao realm fragments. It's enough for me to break through. Suddenly, Star Lord Du Xing smiled courteously. However, he was actually threatening Lin Ling. He was telling Lin Ling that he was about to break through. Lin Ling, you'd better think twice if you want to touch me. Intermediate deities are not people you can mess with. That's right. I heard that intermediate deities are extremely powerful. No matter how strong a lesser deity is, they can't defeat an intermediate deity. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor also smiled. He also used intermediate deities to intimidate Lin Ling. Whoosh! However, Lin Ling and the others did not say anything. Instead, their auras spread out. That was the aura of an intermediate deity. This F***CK. Star Lord Du Xing and the Celestial Lord shouted at the same time. They wanted to use intermediate deities to intimidate Lin Ling, but he had already broken through. Moreover, it was not just one person who had broken through, but all of them. This meant that even if Star Lord Du Xing had broken through, he would still be no match for Lin Ling and the others. Well, I'm Emperor Yao's deity. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor let out a shout. If he couldn't intimidate Lin Ling with his strength, he would have to use his backer. Emperor Yao is one of the 5 great monarchs. He is famous in the Dao realm. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor's voice was getting louder and louder. He wanted to instill fear in Lin Ling. Me. Du Adversity Star Sovereign did not have any background, but he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, but I'm also one of Emperor Yao's people. He had no idea who Emperor Yao was, and he had never even seen him before. But now, he had no choice but to try his best. Emperor Yao? At this time, Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu finally spoke with a sneer on his face. Emperor Yao. The young Qilin smiled as well. Saint Guyi, White Water, and Pure Maiden laughed. What is the meaning of this? The Mao Shan immortal ancestors felt even more uneasy when they saw the malicious smiles on Lin Ling's face. This was because when people heard this name, their expressions would definitely change. Fear, reverence. However, Lin Ling and the others did not have such expressions. Instead, they looked at them with disdain, as if they had seen Emperor Yao before. They even saw a sneer on Lin Ling's face. It was the sneer of an enemy. Sorry, we just met Emperor Yao not long ago and killed many of his gods. We've completely broken off our relationship with him. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold. Thump. Du Adversity Star Sovereign and the others collapsed to the ground. For some reason, they believed Lin Ling's words from the bottom of their hearts. Where did these guys go? How did they cause such a commotion in such a short time? If even Emperor Yao did not give them face, then wouldn't they die even faster if they said that they were Emperor Yao? Lin Ling, this is a misunderstanding. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor sat on the ground and kept begging for mercy. A misunderstanding? Sheng Yi and the others laughed, their laughter was incomparably cold. They had seen with their own eyes that the Mao Shan immortal ancestor and the others were about to attack Yu and the others. How could that be a misunderstanding? In fact, Lin Ling and the others had seen them when they left the island. However, after becoming intermediate gods, they could not be bothered with lesser gods. Who would have thought that they would court death? Are you going to leave the Tao realm on your own, or do you want us to send you away? Lin Ling said indifferently. These two had died once last time. If they died again, they probably would not have much chance of survival. Lin Ling, give us a chance, okay? Du Adversity Star Sovereign and the others were disgusted when they heard Lin Ling's words. They were going to die again? They had just left the island and had already died twice. How could they go far in the Tao realm in the future? So, you want us to send you away? Lin Ling shook his head. You've got guts. Du Adversity Star Sovereign cursed and committed suicide gloomily. He was taken away by the Tao realm cultivator. He almost cried when he looked at the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. Heavens, he had just left the island and died before he could achieve anything. Damn it. Next, he also left unwillingly. The 7 fairies on the side trembled and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the others. Of course, since they did not attack earlier, Lin Ling could not be bothered with them. Ha. After the 2 of them died, Sakura and the others walked toward Lin Ling and the others. They were extremely happy. I didn't expect everyone to walk out of the miasma. Lin Ling also smiled. He held Yu and Inuer's hands and found that their strength had greatly improved. Their talents were limited after all. They were not the reincarnations of gods. It was just that they had followed Lin Ling for many years and obtained too many treasures. This caused their cultivation to be forcefully smashed. In fact, even young Monster Lord and Sakura were the same. If they had not followed Lin Ling, the void of the 9 states would be their limit. Now, they had stepped into the Tao realm. Although they could not be compared to the other ancient gods, at least they appeared on the same stage. Then, anything was possible. Everyone chatted as they walked, roughly recounting what had happened. Emperor Yao? Yu Yu and the others were very worried when they learned that Lin Ling and the others had offended Emperor Yao. The 5 Dao realm emperors. They had heard about them on the island. It was said that they were the 5 oldest emperors of the human race and were extremely powerful. What's done is done. Let nature take its course for the rest. Lin Ling saw that they were worried and could not help but comfort them. Interesting. We've just left the island and we've already offended such a powerful enemy. However, this is fun. After all, it's rare to come to the world of gods. It's boring if it's too boring. Sakura and young Monster Lord glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They were arrogant and did not like peaceful days. They preferred the years of battle. Of course, if they were alone, they would not dare to be so arrogant. However, there were countless experts in Lei Gong's hall and Lin Ling leading them. With these powerful companions, they had nothing to fear. At worst, they would go to the underworld together and reincarnate together. Chapter 46-43. Saint Guy knew Lin Ling's future better than anyone else. Dong Huang Tai had left him a letter, telling him to follow Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely become a god of war who would fight against the will of the world. He even knew that many of the primordial gods in the primal chaos realm knew about Lin Ling. Emperor Yao was one of the 5 emperors, but he could not compare to the primordial beasts, so it was normal that he did not know what was good for him. Alright, since everyone has just left the realm of Dao, let's try to break through as soon as possible. Only after becoming a mid-god can we walk freely in the realm of Dao. Lin Ling brought everyone to the giant tree in the distance and asked Saint Guy to tell him about the cosmic beasts in the river. Wow, 3,000 Dao realm shards. We're rich. With these shards, our strength will be greatly improved. Sakura and the others were very excited after hearing the news. Their talents were not as good as Lin Ling's, so their breakthroughs would be faster in a way. Next, I will leave with Saint Guy to help Xiaoluan and the others. You guys hide around here and leave after breaking through. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before making arrangements. He had a feeling that Emperor Yao was eyeing Saint Guy's Donghuang bell covetously. Therefore, if Saint Guy left with him, Emperor Yao would not be in danger. Alright, you guys go. We will wait for you here. White Maiden nodded, and so did Nanwu Fengyu and the others. With the 3 mid-level celestials and the White Water Pure Maiden's strength as a mid-level celestial, Lin Ling was relieved. After all, there should not be any experts on the island. A mid-stage mid-god should be enough to protect himself. After exhorting the others, Lin Ling and Saint Guy left without stopping. Saint Guy. After flying for about half a day, Lin Ling called out to Saint Guy. My lord. Saint Guy immediately bowed. Next, I'm going to enter a mystery land to ask some questions, so you have to protect me. Lin Ling said. Then, he entered the square prison. Looking at the 4-sided stone steel floating in the air, Saint Guy immediately dragged it to the ground and found a quiet place to wait. Lin Ling appeared in the 4 corners prison. He looked at the ancient prison with curiosity in his eyes. Most of the ancient great gods in the Dao realm were reincarnated, but the ancient great gods in the prison had survived the calamity of the world's will. From a certain point of view, the ancient gods in prison were undoubtedly more powerful. Third Ghost Grandpa. A jade slip appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He looked through it and was surprised to find that this ancient great god called Old Sangui was very mysterious. He didn't even know what kind of mistake he had committed and why he was imprisoned. His cultivation level and origin were all mysteries. Seems like he's a difficult character to deal with. Lin Ling thought to himself. He took a step forward and arrived in front of a prison cell in an instant. In the prison cell, an old man in his 50s was lying on the ground. He was sloppy and his hair was messy. He was singing an unknown song. This guy who looked like Daoist master of many treasures was Third Ghost Grandpa. Third Ghost Grandpa, I heard that you're very familiar with the Dao realm. Lin Ling said after looking at him quietly for a moment. Lord Prison, an esteemed guest, an esteemed guest. The old man suddenly jumped up and stared at Lin Ling in surprise. However, Lin Ling didn't believe him. He reckoned that this old geezer already knew that he would come. He said coldly, I'll cut to the chase. I just want to ask you how to obtain more Dao realm fragments in the Dao realm. Dao realm? What's that? Third Ghost Grandpa opened his mouth, revealing his yellow teeth as he laughed. You're courting death. Lin Ling snorted and controlled the prison's calamity to wreak havoc on Third Ghost Grandpa. Ah! Third Ghost Grandpa cried out in pain. Lord Prison, please spare me. I really don't know what the Dao realm is. As expected, nothing worked. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he continued to use the calamity to wreak havoc. After a long time, Third Ghost Grandpa lay on the ground, exhaling more air than he inhaled. He looked like he was on the verge of death. What surprised Lin Ling was that even at this point, Third Ghost Grandpa's mouth was still very stubborn. It seemed that using force wouldn't work. What do you need? I can do it for you. You just need to tell me the secret of the Dao realm. Lin Ling said. Lord Prison, I really don't know. I really don't know. Third Ghost Grandpa knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This old man was still pretending to be stupid. Lin Ling smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. He sat down beside the cell and asked indifferently, Third Ghost Grandpa, tell me, what did you do to be sent to prison? Facing this old man who was pretending to be crazy, Lin Ling knew that he couldn't be anxious. However, he would catch him sooner or later. Sigh, back then, I touched an old woman's hand and was sent to prison for no reason. What an injustice. Seeing that Lin Ling was no longer aggressive, Third Ghost Grandpa chuckled and sat down beside the cell. The two of them were separated by a cell. Touched an old woman's hand? That old woman can't be the Queen Mother, right? Lin Ling sneered. How did you know? Old Man San kept blinking, looking very surprised. However, he also explained, I didn't molest that old woman. She was the one who insisted that I read her palm. However, I said something unpleasant, so she threw me into prison. Is that so? Lin Ling naturally didn't believe Third Ghost Grandpa. Of course, I'm famous for reading palms. It's 100% accurate. I can divine the past, present, and future. I said that the Queen Mother wouldn't live for more than 3 years and she was furious. However, the truth is that when the calamity of the worlds will comes, she won't live for more than 3 years. Third Ghost Grandpa curled his lips. Said. Oh, since you're so powerful, why don't you read my fortune? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As long as Lord Prison doesn't mind my nonsense, I'll read your fortune for you. Third Ghost Grandpa chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. Don't worry, I don't believe in divination. You can speak your mind. Lin Ling extended his palm into the cell. Third Ghost Grandpa took Lin Ling's palm and carefully examined it. However, at this moment, Third Ghost Grandpa's eyes quietly turned a strange green color. Although the cell suppressed most of his strength, he was still an ancient great god. His strength was still incomparably powerful. Lin Ling instantly felt a terrifying force enter his soul. It was as if an evil aura was invading his soul. This was soul force, and it was extremely powerful. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's soul force, this soul force was still much weaker. Firstly, Lin Ling's soul force even dared to devour the grim demon. Secondly, the cell also suppressed third ghost grandpa's soul force. Chapter 46-44. However, Lin Ling was not worried. His soul force was strong and he had the prison in his hands. Hence, he wanted to see what old devil was up to. At this moment, the evil energy was running amok. He thought he had hidden it well, but he did not expect Lin Ling to see it so clearly. Lin Ling even shrunk his soul force to a corner to prevent old devil from discovering it. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was frightened. Tisk, tsk, this brat's soul is actually protected by a Buddhist power. Tsk, amazing. Moreover, his soul is too pure. Looks like it has been tempered a lot. The underworld imprint. Heavens, this brat is dead. No, he should be someone who escaped from the underworld. Motherf *Ker, he even dares to provoke the underworld. If the experts of the underworld move out, they will definitely capture him. I'm afraid that when they take his body, he will be captured by the underworld god. This? Bodhi testimony divine art? Impossible, this art is owned by the ancient giant beast patriarch Bodhi. It is the foundation of the universe's three extremes break. Why would he have it too? Could he be the patriarch Bodhi's disciple? Look at his past and present life. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why can't I see through it? I can even see through the heavenly Queen Mother. Why can't I see through him? What is his background? The more old devil probed Lin Ling's soul, the more shocked he became. In the end, he was even a little flustered. He could even see through the origins of the 5 emperors, let alone a mere Lin Ling. Brat, wake up. Old devil's soul force suddenly erupted, creating ripples in Lin Ling's soul. Speak, why do you have the Bodhi testimony divine art? Why can't I see through your past life? What kind of reincarnation are you? Old devil roared angrily. You're asking me so many questions at once. How do you want me to answer? Lin Ling's voice also sounded in Lin Ling's soul. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Right now, your soul is under my control. If you make me unhappy, I can destroy your soul at any time. Old devil said fiercely. Tell me immediately why you have the Bodhi testimony divine art. Threatening me? Lin Ling sneered, don't get it wrong. This is my territory. I should be the one threatening you. You're courting death. Third ghost grandpa angrily roared. His soul dispersed like a demon, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. That's what I said to you. Seeing that third devil grandpa finally couldn't help but make a move, Lin Ling's sneer became even wider. The soul force he had been hiding before began to return, rushing into his mind. Boom! The surging soul power was like an ocean, instantly sealing off any space where the evil energy could escape, tightly wrapping around it. What? Is this your soul power? How is this possible? Why is your soul force stronger than mine? Old devil grandpa was completely shocked. Old devil grandpa, don't think that you're so great just because you're from the ancient era. Let me tell you, I've seen many ancient gods like you. That's right, I've seen many ancient gods like you. That's right, I've already seen Patriarch Bodhi. Moreover, in the chaos world, there are several ancient gods who are watching me. Old Lord, you're nothing but a fart at best. Lin Ling said disdainfully. You, who are you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, old devil grandpa panicked. The more he listened to Lin Ling's words, the more he realized how terrifying the latter was. The latter had too many ancient divine arts on him. That's what I'm asking you. Lin Ling said coldly, who are you? What do you know about the Dao realm? Speak. Are you threatening me? At worst, we'll break up. Old devil grandpa's soul trembled. Then, he controlled his soul force and crazily clashed with it. Unfortunately, he wasn't Lin Ling's match at all. Coupled with the suppression of the cell, he couldn't utilize his full strength. On the contrary, his soul had been sealed by Lin Ling, causing it to be difficult for him to return to his body. You don't want to speak, right? I'll imprison you here forever and destroy your soul. Lin Ling was not in a hurry to destroy old devil grandpa's soul. He continued to seal him. This time, old devil grandpa panicked. Generally speaking, the soul could not leave the body for too long. Otherwise, the body would be damaged. I'll speak. I'm familiar with the Tao realm. I'm familiar with it. Lord Prison, please let me out. As a condition, I'll tell you the secret of the Tao realm. Old devil grandpa hurriedly shouted. As a condition? Are you qualified to bargain with me now? Lin Ling sneered. He controlled his soul force to engulf old devil grandpa's soul. Spare me. I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell you everything I know. Old devil grandpa panicked even more. Only now did he realize that the Lord Prison had lowered his guard and approached him on purpose to lure him into a trap. Now, he was truly in a difficult position. He had been hiding in his body and Lin Ling could not do anything to him. After all, he did not fear the prison's calamity. However, his soul had entered Lin Ling's body and been sealed. It could be said that Lin Ling had complete control over his life and death. If you don't want to die, you can. Open your soul. Lin Ling said at that moment. What are you doing to my soul? Old devil grandpa asked nervously. Open it. Lin Ling did not speak nonsense. His soul was filled with majesty. Old devil grandpa did not dare resist. He opened his soul and Lin Ling planted a soul mark. This soul mark was planted in the deepest part of old devil grandpa's soul. If Lin Ling wanted old devil grandpa to die, all he needed to do was destroy this part of his soul and form a soul storm that could tear apart old devil grandpa's soul. This was similar to a martial artist swearing a blood oath. Get out. After planting the soul mark, Lin Ling angrily shouted and chased old devil grandpa out. At the same time, within the prison cell, old devil grandpa opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. He looked up. At some unknown time, the Lord Prison was standing in front of him, coldly looking down at him. I want to obtain the Tao boundary fragment. Speak, how can I obtain it? Lin Ling coldly said. My lord, where are you now? Old devil grandpa did not dare to resist. He looked like he was about to cry. Lin Ling took out a map and pointed in a certain direction. This was also the direction Lin Ling wanted to go to save Xiaoluan. Nearby? That's right, there is a mountain sea sage there. He is the incarnation of the ancient god of the Tao boundary. He is also one of the Tao boundary's obsessions. If I can find 3 sun-facing divine flowers for him to brew wine, he will be able to obtain a